Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Communities Committee, which has been live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. When calling members to speak, I'll refer to them formally using their title, e.g. Councillor Smith, to make it clear who the councillors are and, by a matter of process, for elimination, who the officers are. I would like to welcome Councillors Tony Barretti and Caroline Wilson to their first, and I should say possibly their last, meeting of the Communities Committee, and thank you to Councillors Tracy Little and Davy Stitt for their contributions at previous meetings. Before we start, I have a few comments to make. Following on from last year's success at the National Adult Learners Week Awards organised through Scotland's Learning Partnership, Dumfries and Galloway Council have two top award winners in this year's event. Supported by our Lifelong Learning Service, Donna Lindsay from Dumfries won the Learner of the Year Award at the ceremony held on the 23rd of May 2024 in Edinburgh. Donna has overcome significant barriers and challenges in her life over the last few years, including anxiety and low confidence when participating in lifelong learning creative writing course. Donna wrote about traumatic events experienced during her life, which have helped her to express how she felt and deal with these stressful issues. Within 6 months, her confidence had increased significantly to the point where one of her poems was commissioned, and she's now working on a series of short stories. Donna has managed to transform her life through learning, and supported by a renewed confidence and personal resilience is helping to create a better future for herself and her family. Our second award winner was in the Group Award category, where the Stewartry Adult Craft Group were successfully picking up the award. The group was formed in 2022 to help learners recover from the impacts of COVID-19 through learning skills, and supported those who felt isolated and struggled with their own mental health and well-being. Supported by a lifelong learning tutor, there is a strong focus on climate change, with recycling and reuse at the heart of their activities. Their future plans include organising a display or exhibition, and even selling some of their work to reinvest back into their activities in order to become fully sustainable. All participants have been cited increased confidence level and improved health and well-being, with one member is keen to progress into volunteering with lifelong learning. I'm sure that you'd like to join me in congratulating both winners, as you are an inspiration to us all. I'd also like to thank the Lifelong Learning team for helping to ensure such a positive outcome for our learners. In addition to this, our participation in the Keep Scotland Beautiful Spring Clean Local Authority Award has been recognised. Our services provided support and resources to schools, individuals and groups across the region in carrying out litter picking activity. The people of Dumfries and Galloway came together to help tackle the litter in our community. Dumfries and Galloway Council area registered more litter cleanups than any other Scottish local authority per head of population. On Friday the 17th of May, Barry Fisher, Chief Executive of Keep Scotland Beautiful, visited Dumfries to present the 2024 Spring Clean Quaich to the people of Dumfries and Galloway in recognition of their commitments to tackling litter across the region. Thank you. Now back to the business for today. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you could do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made to other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be taken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function, then join when you rejoin the meeting, so that we can keep track and whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly, taking their time speaking directly into the microphone when making contributions. When referring to reports, please provide the reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus on contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members should now have received a supplement pack for item 8 in respect of the burial strategy, where an update has been made to the details on page 6. That's page 150 of your full set of papers. And this item will be taken in order on the agenda. Paper copies will be available to anyone who requires them. Claire, could you provide the sederant and indicating who's participating remotely and any apologies, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. We've got 18 members present this morning. I've been advised of one apology from Councillor Howie. We've got 7 members present on Teams, being the Vice Chair, Councillor Dempster, Councillors Hill, Ingalls, Marsh, Marshall and Walters, meaning 11 members are on the hall, with Councillors Dookie Campbell and Ian Crothers currently not present.
Apparently there's a clash with the IGB this morning, and certainly that's for Ian Crothers.
Okay.
I could confirm my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. Do any members have any declarations of interest or statement of connection? Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. Just a statement of connection, item 16, about the BSL and other associated parts. My wife is the chair of the Dumfries and Galloway Hardy Hearing Group, which is one of the groups that work with them. But I'll still obviously stay in the debate, Ian. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just a statement of connection on items 6 and 7. Being Chair of West Trans is mentioned in the report. I'll stay in the meeting.
Thank you for that. We have the minute of the previous meeting, 2nd of April 2024. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just one correction if I could, please, Chair. It was actually item 4 that I declared an interest for. That was the major event strategy, because obviously my daughter works in Niceball, and that was part of the major event strategy. So it's just a wee typo, I think.
Okay, that's noted. These minutes are for approving. Members approving with that amendment. Thank you. We'll go to item 4, potential development of a garden waste collection service, a report by the interim head of facilities, waste and neighbourhood services. This report provides members with details of the rationale for the delivery of an opt-in garden waste collection service and details of the capital bid that was submitted to the Scottish Government Recycling Improvement Fund on the 10th of May. Today the committee are being asked to agree several decisions to ensure that the service can be operational in spring 2025. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report as may be required. Karen, is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Councillor Beretti.
I thought I'd get in early. Apparently this is my only occasion I'm going to get a chance to speak at this committee. Possibly. Page 39, I've got 4 questions if that's okay, Chair. Page 39, and the first one is the simplest, 11.8 loaders and 7 drivers. I would like to understand how that actually works. Page 25, about the subscription and I think it's stickers. That's an interesting concept. I would like to know a little bit more about how these stickers are going to function. And then on page 29, we've got subscriber higher levels than anticipated. So with the project looking at 32,000 bins, and on a sample of 4,000, what would be the higher level of triggering that too many subscribers? Because clearly, if we're only going to get 6 waste vehicles, and how might that look? And my last question, which is the most difficult, sorry, Karen, I won't mention battery schemes, because the curbside collection on page 28,453, this to me is the salient point in this whole item, that the curbside collection offers an alternative to those who are currently take garden waste to recycling centres. While the option will remain open for many residents, a collection service from the house will be more than convenient, and fee may even be less than fuel costs for travelling to one of our 12 HWRCs. This garden waste collection will fall or succeed on that statement. So if more people are using it and the garden waste, the normal recycle, it goes down, there's going to be a substantial saving from one and from the other. And I had a discussion yesterday with one of my local community councils and pointed this out, and this one person said, oh, does that mean we're going to have to pay £40 more on top of everything else? And another member of the community council said, yes, but if we have to travel 15 miles, which is where they had to travel to get to their recycling centre, and you're not doing that every week, then you're making a saving. So it gets down to communication. So if we don't get our communication right in this, then it's not going to happen, or it's not going to happen as the paper would like it. So what I want to know is, have the team put up a tabletop exercise of how communities or how individuals might save if they're going, say, 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles to a centre, because they will have to, and what kind of saving will that imply on Dumfries and Galloway Council and the communities? Thank you.
Okay, I'll hand you over to Karen. On the last point, the discussion of travelling to and from waste recycling centres, that certainly has featured in our discussions in the past, and it's something we are taking into consideration when publicising the scheme. But Karen, can I pass these over to you?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Berretti, for your questions. I'll go through each one. So your first point in relation to the 11.8 and operatives and 7 drivers, that is the calculation through the modelling and the work that the team have done, behind the scenes in relation to looking at the potential development of the rollout of this service. So those 18 members of staff is what we require for the 6 RCVs to ensure that we can deliver that service going forward. In terms of your second point in relation to the subscription and the label, the thought at this moment in time, as and when our communities and our members of public opt in to the service, they will be provided with a bin for garden waste. It'll be a 240 litre bin, as detailed within the report. Now, what we plan to do is have a label that would be stuck on that bin, in essence, which would show that the member of the public has indeed paid for that subscription, that £40, if agreed by members, that £40 per year. That would then be replaced the following year should they sign up to the scheme again. Now, I'm very well aware that actually a label might not be the best option, so the team would monitor that, and actually we would review it if it wasn't the best option going forward. But it's certainly through benchmarking exercises that we have completed. It's something that the other local authorities have done and works well. Point 3, in relation to the page 29, my apologies. The subscription levels, if higher than anticipated. So as you'll see within the report, and part of the modelling that has been done behind the scenes again is based on a 40% uptake. Now we believe this is realistic. We are starting out in year one with 25% uptake, going up to 32.5%, up to 40%. If the modelling is higher than 40%, which we don't believe will be the case, but it would be a very good news story if it was, then we do have modelling in relation to that, and potentially we would require to increase or change the service model slightly in order to accommodate the additional over and above the 40%. So we have looked at that, but we're very conscious, and we are assured by the modelling that we've done that actually 40% is probably where we're going to sit at this current time when we bring that in. And then your last point, Councillor Berrietti, in relation to communication, and you're absolutely right, communication is fundamental to ensuring the success of this service. And I appreciate you didn't want to raise battery recycling, but there has been lessons learnt from that. And there will continue to be lessons learnt by the team, and we're working to produce a very robust communications plan to provide information to our communities in terms of the benefits of recycling garden waste in particular. So that communication plan will be developed over the coming months alongside the main waste services communications plan. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Councillor Berrietti.
Yeah, that's absolutely superb. I really welcome this scheme coming forward, and it's a success because it does take into account our net zero targets in Dumfries and Galloway. So we're not only helping our own net zero, but we're also helping our customers and citizens to achieve that net zero along with what we're doing. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Durband.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Thank you for the report. Can I just say thank you to the Chair and Director for offering us the opportunity to speak with individual staff, volunteers and award winners in Dumfries and Galloway earlier this morning. That was absolutely fantastic. It's great to celebrate success, and for such a small region we're certainly punching above our weight this morning in terms of success and awards. So thank you, and thanks to everybody who attended. It was fantastic. In terms of agenda item 4, development of garden waste collection service. The Labour Group is broadly in favour of this in principle, and because it actually ups recycling rates, as Councillor Berrietti has said, and reduces the amount of residual waste that we need to deal with. One of the main key issues here is funding, though, and you've got point 2 on recommendations 2.2, page 21, to be a bid for 100% capital funding, which is quite considerable. To fund the refuse collection vehicles and the bins and improvements to waste transfer stations. Has this bid been acknowledged by Scottish Government? What are the timescales for getting information back? And what is plan B if we don't get the bid? There's one question. And in terms of, this is a minor question, because I think that's quite important. If we don't get the bid, where do we go? Have we got a plan B? Because it's massively important to the region in terms of net zero. If it is successful, hopefully it will be, and hopefully Scottish Government will provide the funding to the region to do this ambitious plan, which is brilliant. In terms of garden waste, we'll talk about taking it away, I think. I've lost the page on that. And if not, I've got it, page 25, 4.4.3. Processing costs for composting and haulage costs associated with hauling the garden waste, a suitable processing facility for composting. Is this going to be in-house, as in D&G, or is it going to be out with? So that's it's page 25, 4.4.3. It talks about composting. I don't know anything about composting apart from the stuff I do in my own garden. But there's going to be a lot of garden waste being collected. Are we going to manage this in-house and perhaps sell it back to the public, or is it going to go out with D&G to be processed elsewhere? Minor question, but I think quite an interesting one for me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your questions, Councillor Dorwood. So your first question in relation to has the funding of 2.33 million been acknowledged by Scottish Government. So that application was submitted to Zero Waste Scotland, who are progressing the funding through their own streams on behalf of Scottish Government. So we have had discussions with Zero Waste Scotland, and the receipt of our application on the 10th of May has been received. So they have that. The acceptance, sorry, not the acceptance, the Zero Waste Scotland will consider that application form later in June, and we expect to hear the outcome late June, beginning of July. Now, part of that application going forward, if members were to agree today that in principle to accept that funding, if we were successful, we would provide a copy of the minute just to give Zero Waste Scotland that assurance. If we are not successful in that bid, then as a team we will need to relook at what our priorities are in relation to the waste recycling and reuse strategy that was agreed last October by members, because our priority is to increase recycling rates, and part of doing that is by recycling garden waste, as well as potentially next step on a phased approach, reducing residual waste uplifts. So we'd need to relook at that, we'd need to review it, and then we would come back to members with options of potential next steps. If we are successful and we do go ahead, the composting at the moment would be external to the council. We don't have the facilities to do that at this current time. So we would go through the procurement and tendering processes in order to progress that, but it would be external to the council at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Dillon.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. So there isn't a plan B at the moment, effectively, is what you're saying, which is concerning. And the small thing about I know I'm going on about the compost. Sorry, it's just one of these things that I quite like in terms of external processes. Does that mean external to D&G? So it would go out with D&G to be processed, or is it going to, or would it be done locally?
Councillor Dorwood, I don't have that specific information just now, but I'm happy to speak further with the team and come back to you directly on that, if that would be okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. It's just about creating jobs and creating, keeping things in the region. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Yeah, I very much welcome this report, and particularly round about the funding. If we achieved 100% funding from Zero Waste Scotland, I think that would be tremendous. Councillor Dorwood did pick up on one of my questions, which was a plan B, so I'm glad that we've got a response to that. The other thing I was going to pick up was on the actual cost itself. I mean, everybody thinks £40 a lot of money, but 5.4, it's only £2 an uplift, and it's, you would pay more for a coffee at Costa or some other brands, shall we say. But it was just when I was looking at the table on page 37, you've got various sort of local authorities and how they worked out their kind of uplifts, and I did a quick calculation, and it could be anything from just over £1 to £3.33 in some of them. So I take it we've just sort of kind of pitched ourselves in, but as long as we've got sufficient enough to cover the costs. Just a wee bit of clarity on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that, John. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Absolutely. We have benchmarked against all other local authorities who are delivering the garden waste collection service. So that's 26 local authorities out of 32. And we have based the £40 on referring to the benchmarking against other local authorities and what works for them, but also against the modelling in terms of actually what income we need to bring in order to ensure that this is a sustainable scheme project going forward, to allow us to deliver as detailed within your report.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with that and happy to support this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. My question's partly been asked by Councillor Dorwood, which is about what happens with the composting. Once it has been processed, is all of that coming back into Dumfries and Galloway? So we have our parks and gardens. We also have a number of excellent community-based projects like allotments, mental health services like the Veterans Garden and other places where that could be used. So is it a chance to develop those partnerships in terms of growing produce? I, for one, have been trying to get soil for absolutely ages for my allotment, and it's incredibly difficult. So can that be an additional service that maybe brings money back in to the pot in terms of selling the product that we get? Thank you.
Thank you. It seems a very sensible suggestion. Carmen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Very sensible suggestion indeed. I don't know the specifics in terms of whether that would be possible or not, but it's certainly something as a team that we could investigate as we put that tender together. It does make sense to bring it back into the region if it indeed is going out with the region to support, as you say, our volunteers and our local communities. So yeah, we can certainly look at that as the project goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's about compost again, I suppose. The fact is, do we get to send it away? How much is it costing to send away per tonne? And if it was recycled as such, and it would say it was highly successful, would it be possible we could actually bring in garden waste from other areas and make some money out of that? I sort of think, if it was brought in-house, and there's a lot more garden waste around the countryside, could it be expanded that we could process it and sell it on to make funds? Thank you. Or extra funds. Thank you.
Okay, I think the position is just now that we do not have the facilities to do our own composting, and it would go out to tender, whether it would be local if possible or further afield. It's something maybe in the future, if we did ever consider trying to develop composting in-house, we could look at it, but it's really not appropriate at this particular time because it's not a possibility. Could you put your microphone off?
If we send it away, what is it costing us per tonne to send away to get processed at the moment?
I would imagine we will have ballpark figures, but that will be part of a process of tendering.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. I don't have that detail with me today, and actually until we go out and go through the process of tendering, we wouldn't have those specific figures available until that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dashburn.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My question is just about the bins, I guess. It says the bin would be a 240 litre specifically designed for garden waste with air vents and drain holes. The council does currently offer a sack for the bins for people who have mobility issues. I'm assuming if you've got a garden, then you've got enough space for another bin. That makes sense. But people who are maybe elderly or infirm, is there something that we've considered implementing sacks?
Carmen, I'll gladly put that one over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dashford. At this current time, we have only looked at bins, but we'll absolutely take on your points, and perhaps what we'll do in the first instance is we'll speak to other local authorities across the region just to see how they deal and accommodate, as you say, with potentially a bit of a lack of space or perhaps gardens at the back of the house and not easy access. So we can certainly look at that going forward. We would have to be very conscious and careful of the weight of those, but it's certainly something we can take on board and look at. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think the design of the garden waste bin should go down that line. It's of a heavier gauge plastic because of the weight possibilities. That would need to be taken into account. Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, morning members. Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question, Karen, with regards to page 35.1, safeguarding the future and addressing the climate emergency. I could be wrong here, but for people who have a garden and cut their grass, they tend to have a bit of space generally. And I see if you put dry grass clippings in, which is what I tend to do alongside dry fruits and other materials, you can compost at home, thus reducing your carbon footprint. Is that possible? Should we be successful in this bid? Could we take that forward as part of the advertising campaign to encourage people to self-compost, or is that a bit too complicated with regards to grass? Mixing it with other composting items probably be something that needs to be looked into, but just a question. Thanks, Karen.
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So a couple of elements within that for me. So I guess we would be concentrating on our communication to encourage uptake of the scheme. But we are very well aware that you know there are some households who do indeed compost themselves and will continue to do so. So therefore, wouldn't take on this scheme itself. Now, as you have perhaps noted within some of the information, some local authorities at this current time do combine garden waste and food waste. That's not something because of the complications in doing that, and it's noted on page 36 and 37. That's not something that D&G would be looking to take forward because of the complexities of commingling. And as I say, there's detail within the report, but more than happy to take that offline if that would be helpful. So I guess in the main, we would be communicating for people to uptake the scheme for garden waste only. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Slater, I see you still have your hand up. Is that a legacy hand? Okay, in that case, I have no further members wishing to come forward. I'll move. Councillor Ingalls.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry I came in late. Really, just some of the points that have been made about the composting. I'm wondering, Karen, whether that is something we can look at as part of this development. The you know, what it would cost to set up a system of composting it within the region and reselling it rather than sending it out with region or to some outside body to recycle and get some capital generation from that. I know it's maybe not something that's going to happen in the short term, but as part of this development, surely that's the second part of this whole process would be, if we're going to collect it, can we compost it? Can we resell it within the region? As part of this development, if we look at the cost of that now. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Ingalls, for your question. In relation to composting, what I would suggest to members is if the funding is agreed, which we will know late June, early July, then what we would anticipate is bringing a future report back to the Service Committee after recess. Now, as part of that action plan going forward, we could add in investigation in relation to compost and the future of that and what that would look like to start putting sort of some financial data around it, also looking at the complexities of doing that and see if if that is an option and a realistic option for the council going forward. But happy to add that into a future action plan. Thank you.
Okay,
That's great. Appreciate that. Thanks,
Thank you
Chair.
for raising that. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just an aside, Karen's suggestion has avoided a composite motion. But can I ask the question with regards to how many households in the area are excluded from that because they don't have gardens?
Karen, do you have that information?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. What we've done as part of this modelling is we have taken all households across Dumfries and Galloway. We haven't removed any that don't have gardens, but obviously we're aware that that's there. Now, the reason we have taken the modelling and done the modelling in that way is how other local authorities have indeed modelled their services prior to that. And I guess we've taken a reduced rate in relation to to take on board RLSs or indeed houses with no gardens. So whilst that data isn't specific, we're certainly aware of that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I have no further speakers. I'll now move to recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.7? We'll go to item 5, Waste Service Update and Household Waste Recycling Centre Customer Experience Report by Interim Head of Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services. This report provides members with an update on the end-to-end customer experience as part of the continuous improvement to ensure access to and the use of household waste recycling centres is optimised. Karen Brownlee is here to take any questions on the report. Karen, is there anything you'd like to add?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Open to members. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I welcome the report. Just maybe a wee bit of clarity around about the outcomes from the survey at 4.4 onwards in the report. I mean, have all the staff been surveyed, and were the trade unions reps actually asked the same questions as the staff? Just a bit of clarity around about that point. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you'll be able to answer that one, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. There's 38 members of staff across household waste recycling centres, so that's the 12 centres across the region. All were invited to be part of this process. 8, as you'll see within the report, 8 took the opportunity to be part of the process. So, and the joint trade unions have been made aware. I'm not sure off the top of my head how directly involved they were, but they were certainly, aware that the questionnaire was going out to our communities and to our staff. Thank you.
Councillor Durwood.
Thank you, Chair. Labour Groups broadly is in favour of continuing with the booking system for a number of different reasons: health and safety, customer and staff wellbeing. But on behalf of constituents, certainly in my ward, and just to pass on compliments, because we rarely do this, to staff at, I won't name the recycling centre, but you can probably guess, because you know my ward, because they have been extremely helpful, extremely friendly. That's a personal experience, but it's experience from constituents commenting on it without prompting. So well done, and thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other members like to? Councillor Beretti.
Sorry, just wondering, I was going to ask a question. Has fly tipping been reduced as a result of any measures that we've taken? And I do have a second question, if it's okay. Page 65, I can get it. The graph there looks at the age profiles, and it's clear that the lower from 16 to 24 and 25 to 44 are not recycling by age group. Is there something that we're missing in doing or reaching these people to try and improve that rate?
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Beretti. In relation to fly tipping, I don't have specific figures, but I can confirm that as a region, we are still seeing, some increases in fly tipping across the region. Now, what I can give assurance to members is that the waste team, the community assets team, the community safety team are working together to look at the issues that we're seeing in relation to fly tipping across the region, and we will develop a plan in order to communicate to our communities in relation to advertising about the household waste recycling centre, so that certainly households can hopefully take waste to those. So there is an issue in relation to that. And I guess that links on to your second point as well in terms of age profiles. There is some work to do with our younger members of our communities in relation to the benefits of recycling as a whole, the use of household waste recycling, litter, for example. So again, services are working together to look at that robust communications plan going forward, but also how do we access, so schools, for example, and we'll work with education colleagues and thriving communities in order to roll out a plan of awareness and start to change behaviour across our region. Thank you.
Councillor Brett, does that answer your points?
Yeah, that's good. That does clarify what I was wanting to find out. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Once again, my question has partially been answered, but you're probably well aware of this question by now. I'm trying to look at the overall picture. So education has been mentioned. I did an EMES and I asked about the recycling activity in schools, and what I got back was, yes, schools recycle, kitchens recycle, janitors recycle. What I'm trying to sort of get is that the children get an education about recycle, reuse and reduce. And yet we seem to be missing connection that when they get into the 20s, they're not using the local household waste centres. So what's happening with their waste? I hope that in the reorganisation of the committees, we don't lose the need to communicate what is the benefit, cost to Dumfries and Galloway of recycling, and the posts, the pictorial things that have been discussed possibly before of how much we actually save by picking up paper, picking up plastic, or whatever else is taken to our household waste centres and picked up at the roadside. Thanks.
Thank you. I've simply discussed this at length. Karen, would you like to come back?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lowe. Education in conjunction with, our schools, our youth clubs, is very important. And as I said earlier, we're starting to bring that into our communications plan, which we are developing across the region, and linking in with other services and directorates in order to start to emphasise the importance of recycle, reuse, reduce, and also the benefits that go with that. So I appreciate you absolutely highlighting that. Now, obviously, within the services, waste, neighbourhood services, and indeed the facilities staff, through janitors, through our building facilities assistants, through cleaners, through community assets team, we're able to, cascade a clear message in relation to the benefits of that, and I'm really keen to action that going forward. In relation to, the sort of publicity and, creating that, financial benefit of recycling across the region. So at the moment, you may have noticed on our 23 owned RCVs across the region, we've got banners basically put on the side of those which are encouraging recycling and showing some of the benefits. Now, they're not at this current time showing the financial benefit. As I'm sure you'll appreciate that because the income fluctuates in terms of recycling, then it's quite difficult to commit to a cost. However, what we are doing is we're in discussions with Zero Waste Scotland, and we are using the Let's Recycle price index to look at average prices, which we will then be able to use, and we'll obviously clearly state that they're average prices, but that will then give us a really clear picture in terms of how much we could save as a local authority, as a region, and through our communities by recycling. Hope that answers your question, Councillor Lowe. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's really just to thank officers for this is probably the last of a series of reports on this, plus all the work with regards to the survey, etc. And also officers coming along to groups to actually explain the booking system, because obviously right at the start there was a number of councillors a little bit concerned that we're moving away from a system that operated to a one that didn't really have public acceptance. But I think a lot of us have been convinced by that now. I actually went along just on Friday there. I booked in the morning. I was there 2 hours later. Found it very good, and I got the chance to speak to some of the operatives there, who all kind of echoed the fact that how much better it operates now under a booking system. And I noticed in the survey as well about requests for assistance, but you know, I think a lot of people find that the people that there, even if you don't ask for assistance, it's offered, which is very welcome, you know, and is a positive gesture by you know, the people that are working there. So I think agree with the recommendations in the report. The only one thing I would ask is, obviously, it is successful, but is there a chance to also look at the opening times and maybe extending these based on, obviously based on, you know, requirements, but maybe because before COVID, I think the opening times, there's better flexibility. So I'm just wondering if that's something going forward, if demand is there, that could be looked at some of the recycling centres.
Thank you for that. It's probably a fairly good suggestion that we do have a review at some point looking at the current, sorry, I've just looked at a monsoon outside, the current recycling times. Karen, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. Thanks very much for your very positive comments. I'll ensure that they are passed on to the teams. In relation to the opening times, yeah, more than happy to review those and monitor those. Obviously, we appreciate that, you know, the demands across our communities may change. They may change in the, you know, in the summer compared to the winter. So more than happy to review those and if required, come back to members with any updates. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, members. I'd just like to add my few words as well about the staff at our HWRCs. I think they're great in my ward. They actually step forward and they help all folk like me, even if you don't ask for assistance, and they're extremely pleasant. I don't think we maybe praise our staff as often as we should. We tend to take them for granted. There's only one thought I have, and it is about the hard-to-reach folk, the folk that don't have access to a PC to make their own booking online. And I wonder if there's any scope for a one day maybe come as you wish, to see if there's any evidence gleaned from that would demonstrate whether or no moving away slightly from the booking would encourage more folk to recycle, because it is about recycling as much as you can locally. And I just wonder how we would think about maybe offering an opportunity, even if it was just an assessment on it, wouldn't matter what HWRC it was, to see if the public would respond positively to the opportunity to pop in, because I'm sure many folk, it depends upon the weather, it depends upon their time, and very often it would be a spur-of-the-moment decision to go to HWRC and not necessarily a planned thing. But just a thought, Chairman, interested to see what officers think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think one of the downsides of that one of the main reasons of going into a booking system was health and safety on these sites. And I think if we made it a free-for-all on any particular day, that would cause an issue, and also cause an issue for the staff and manoeuvring their receptacles on site. But
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dempster, and thank you also for your kind words. Just to confirm to members, so bookings can and are done online, but we can also accept bookings through the contact centre, so over the telephone as well. So it is accessible to everyone. In relation to potentially looking at the scope for a kind of open 1 day a week without booking, I would be concerned about that, as has been stated by Councillor Blake, due to the health and safety concerns around that, but also due to the inconsistent approach that then would progress thereafter. But thank you for your comments, Councillor Dempster. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ferguson, my apologies, I skipped your name on the list.
It's okay. I've been bumped in the queue a few times, Chair, but thanks for the apology. Karen, just a couple of things. A comment first is I tend to use including for my own household waste, but Locher Moss is my standby. I have to say the improvement in the facility, the attitude, the helpfulness has just been like night and day over the last few years. It really has been. I was at Locher Moss last night, and for the first time I've been at Locher Moss, there was no smell, right? There was no flies, right? I don't know what they're doing, but they've obviously managed to get something, and the staff were buzzing about helping people. And they were doing that before the councillor's car drove in, so it wasn't because I was there. That was the thing. So if you could pass that on, that thanks and for that improvement and everything to the managers and to the staff, I'd be obliged. I'm looking at 4.1.4, and it gives us, of course, the household centres and the days they're open and slots per minute for 10 minutes and then slots per week. And of course, it's if you work it out, it works out that's the available slots. And I can't see anywhere in the report, because are we not actually reviewing just now the including site in particular? But there's nothing on there that tells us what the uptake is. And I've looked further back, and there's loads of percentages and different things, but there's nobody in here seems to have an uptake. So would it be possible for the next time we get this to actually have another line in there that actually said the number who've attended each of these sites in the last month or 6 weeks or whatever the timing period is? Because I think we'd actually find that more helpful if we have to make a decision in the future about which ones and how long they should be open or whatever, you know, without preempting what any review would bring back. It would actually, I would suggest, be probably the best measure for us how busy they are, not the number of slots they've got available, the number of people who are actually using them. And of course then you would factor in the number of vehicles in that area, or you know, is it a high SIMD or whatever it is. There's lots of weights you could put in that, I appreciate, but I think that would be really helpful if we could get that.
Yeah, I think it's probably quite a good idea. Now that we're going down the side, the gardening collections, that may very well affect, of course, the delivery on the sites itself.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And again, I'll pass on your kind comments to the team. Thank you for that. In relation to uptake regarding each site, happy to provide that to members after committee, and then when the next report comes back in terms of update, happy to include it as part of that going forward. No problem. Thank you.
Councillor McCammon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and apologies I'm not there today. Karen, it's a comment and a question, please, if you don't mind. You know, it's thank you very much for this report to you and James. I've made no, officers are quite aware that I've been quite sceptical of the booking system in the past, and mainly because we've done no consultation with the public, so I'm delighted to see that we now have this to give it more of a backup. I just wonder how hybrid it may need to be across the region, but I mean, going forward, we'll look into that, I'm sure. As you're aware, Karen, I also did a bit of a secret shopper, not to catch anyone out, but I just wanted to get the true customer experience at, I won't name the site, but I was delighted, and I'm going to echo everybody's comments here that the staff help has been phenomenal, and I've been getting great feedback as well from my constituents now. There were a bit of reservations with the booking system, but I think as we move on with the time, shall we say, people are beginning to get used to it. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. It was going back to the fly tipping question. Are there any links between the booking system and fly tipping since we introduced it? Is there any way that we can identify that, any increase? I'm just worried about work that might be requested to be taken forward that might not be relevant, if that makes sense. So is there any link? Have we identified any link between the booking system being implemented and fly tipping and vice versa? Thanks.
Thank you for that. I think that last point was raised just a bit earlier, that Karen doesn't have that information just now, but she has agreed to look into that and to see if there is any link. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McCarman. Thank you also for being a mystery visitor. It's helpful to receive that information, and again, I'll pass on your kind comments to the team. In terms of fly tipping, I'm not aware of any links between implementing the booking system and increasing fly tipping, and we certainly haven't identified any at the moment. But as I referred to earlier on, that is something that officers across various services are starting to review and consider further. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Drysdale.
Well, Chair, this leads me beautifully into my Blue Peter moment, everybody. Here we go, folks. Would you like to see this? So I was going to ask Karen, we have got private landowners who are having a bit of a problem, as you know, across the area. But yes, I would like to allude to other members in that the booking system, I think, has been brilliant for my region anyway. And I wondered if we could look at that. We're seeing these popping up in Perth and other regions. I don't know what the legalities are behind these posters and flyers, but I wondered if that could be looked at going forward, because it certainly would help, especially when we've had to get the community safety team in and CEPA, and nothing can be done because it's private land. So just something to maybe think about going forward. But thank you again for the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in a second time. So page 73, these are the items that, because they're multiple materials or because of safety, cannot be recycled. I mean, assuming that once we look for the zero waste park in Dumfries, that some of this will change and that we'll look for the opportunities to reuse some of these materials in the future, as they do at Stranraer. So it would be good to see what kind of happens with that. I know that some of the sites, for example, don't take furniture and some do. So is the ultimate future to look at these materials being collected at the local sites and maybe taken for recycling to another or reusing to a site elsewhere? Thanks, since we have the new zero waste park.
I think the development of the zero waste park will in a little ways mirror the success of Stranraer, and that's certainly been looked at in all aspects of it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. And our priority as a service, and as agreed by members through the strategy, is recycle, reduce, now and reuse. And Stranraer Recycling Centre is a really good example of that. And I know you received a presentation from that service a few months ago. Going forward in terms of the Dumfries Zero Waste Park, I don't know the specifics in relation to that, but happy to pick up a conversation with you separately with the team just to look at that. But what I would be saying is, as a service, the more we can recycle and reuse is certainly, the priorities that we have to be looking at. But happy to pick up a separate conversation if that would be okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to say that when there's bookings, people are making bookings and sometimes they probably don't go, but when they attend, do they still take the car numbers so they get the numbers of the cars and the number of people that's actually attended the waste disposal unit? Another point I'd just like to say that the people at these waste disposal units that I go to, they're really good. And they look after people, they do what they say on the tin, they get it right. And one last point was a councillor there showed a CCTV sign, and I think a sign might be there might be no camera there, but it makes people think, is there a camera here or is there not? And it kind of is a deterrent against fly tipping, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Karen, any comment you want to make on that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Slater, for your questions. In relation to registration numbers of cars and vehicles entering the Household Waste Recycling Centre, yes, they are collected. That's part of the booking system, so they are absolutely collected, yes. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Chair. I'm referring to page 76 on the table 2 for the unsuccessful assistant requests. Obviously, I noticed in the table Locker Moss has actually got quite a high number of the unsuccessful requests, and I was just wondering, is that down to staffing issues? Because it's quite high compared to the other sites. Thanks, Karen.
Over to you, Karen.
Thank you very much. Chair, thank you, Councillor Davis, for your question. I don't know the specific detail behind that, but happy to come back to you separately with a response to that. But
that
it is quite
significant. Thanks very much, Karen.
In that case, I have no other speakers. I'll move to recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2? And I would suggest, given the conversations that's taken place on the compliments to the staff, we could maybe actually add in a 2.3, just giving our congratulations to the staff for their actions in helping assisting the public. Thank you. Members agree? Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just if any member of the committee is asking for information, would it be best that the whole committee or all 43 members, because you know, most of us use these facilities, and it would be best if we get that information to everyone, not just one elected member. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm sure Karen will take that, and certainly with the committee members, maybe not to the entire 43, but to the committee members. The members agreed with the 3 recommendations here. Okay, we'll go to item 6, Public Realm Capital Programme, the outturn report. This report provides members with a financial outturn position and progress status for the projects and programmes contained within the 2023-24 Public Realm Asset Class Capital Programme. The report also provides updates on the 24-25 Public Realm Asset Capital Programme. Stephen Hall is here to take any questions on the report, together with other officers that may be required. Stephen, is there anything you'd like to add to the report at this stage?
Just briefly, excuse me, just briefly, thank you, Chair. At point 4.2 and 4.3, we've just got a couple of typing errors that I'll draw members' attention to. So, paragraph 4.2 identifies a total financial slippage value that represents 15.62% of the programme. Excuse me, that's not correct. The correct figure is in the table beneath under overall asset class at 13.29%. And then at paragraph 4.3, we state that the carriageway programme has a collective budget of just over £10,000. That won't surprise members to know that that's not correct. It should read 10.369 million, not 1,000. Apologies for those errors. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up to members' questions. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the report. Looking at Appendix 2, I'd just like to say that the number of projects that have been completed and those that are progressing along there makes very good reading indeed. However, when I look at Appendix 1, in the table there, Chair, that out of all the programme projects that are in there, apart from 3 of them, they're all in, you know, a number of slippages in just about every single one. I'm just wondering, is somebody taking their eye off the ball? Or, you know, it doesn't make very good reading when you look at this table and most of that's in the red. Just maybe if we can get some clarity or an explanation. Thanks, Chair.
I'm sure Steve and his team will answer that one. I'm quite sure they're not taking their eye off the ball, mate.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I suppose the start of my response would be overall at our slippage is at just over 13% across the programme. A large and diverse programme of this type is always likely to have a degree of slippage to it. The rule of thumb that I tend to apply is if we're in 10%, then that's pretty good. Going above it is not where we want to be. So do acknowledge that there has been slippage out with what we would aim for. There are, as you'll have noticed from the appendix, and apologies, I'm struggling with my voice slightly here, so if I'm a little bit stop-starty. As you'll have noticed from the appendix, there is slippage across effectively a wide diversity of the programme lines. So it's not within one specific area. Ultimately, there are a range of factors for that. Some of it comes down to supply chain availability. Some of it's about internal resourcing. Some of it's been around access to external consultants, design consultants and others. What we've been doing over the last 12 months as part of the road improvement programme is effectively building that organisational capacity and capability to be in a stronger position this financial year and future financial years to be able to deliver the programme and deliver an expanded programme. So to give you some confidence and context around that, we're in the final stages of bringing into place significant new supply chains. So over the last 12 months, we've been operating effectively without supply chains in place. They had expired 12 months prior to that. So having to do more protracted procurement work, that all is now put right and those supply chains come into place. The first ones are already in place, others come in over the next month or so. So that puts us in a much stronger position. Members will also recall that we've employed around 20-25 new frontline operatives who are also working right across the programme. So that increases our capacity as well. We've also expanded and made easier our ability to tap into external consultancies, particularly around some of the more complex design disciplines that sit within bridges, structures and engineering. So there's a number of mitigations that we've been putting in place over the last 12 months. So definitely isn't anyone's taking their eye off the ball, but there were some structural challenges within the service that we've needed to spend time putting right to avoid that situation in future years. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your points?
It does in part, Chair. Yeah, I mean, last year's budget, there was increased funding. This year's budget, again, there was increased funding. As Stephen's rightly said, there's 25 new operatives, being employed, so apart from the supply chain, it doesn't make very good reading that we're not progressing. I would have thought maybe half of those would have been slippages and we would have been on top of some of the other things, but I take his point now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Campbell has already asked a question I was going to ask and have equal concerns about in terms of slippage. Congratulations on the work completed. And thanks, Stephen, for answering the question in terms of where we are. What's concerning there is the procurement process or lack of it. This should not be allowed to happen again. It's about lessons learned. It's not great that things are allowed to run out at the same, or run out, maybe not allowed, but run out at the same time, which makes it's really challenging to get decent supply chains down here. The other thing is we have the equipment. We've been told we have the equipment to do most of the work now. We've bought that. We've spent significant amounts. We have the resourcing in terms of our own people. But a number of the areas that are highlighted from, on page, it's a long list, page 85 right through to, and I do appreciate the honesty in the reporting. That's what we need to 90, is resourcing or contractual issues, and some things have been stopped completely. Are we confident, is this administration confident that we have the capacity to spend even more money next year, which we're putting in, if we can't spend the money this year, and we're hopeful to carry, I agree with carrying it forward, but are we confident that we will have the capacity to do what it says in the tin? Because at the moment, I'm not confident this is going to happen. It's quite, and our group's got concerns about this being taken forward, because this is not anything about the staff involved or the managers involved in the process. It's not a criticism of them. It's about capacity, and it's about making sure, this administration, making sure that we do have the capacity to take this forward, because the money's there, the resourcing's there, the kit's there, it's about getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the administration, I take your comments, but this funding is relatively new. We have committed fully to it and to spending that. And the increase in staffing is one element of it, but that has had its challenges. We've recruited staff and they've trained staff and they've left and moved on to other positions. And that's always going to come some area of slippage. But Steve, I can maybe pass the rest over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So success is a blend between having the right internal resource, and as you've said, Chair, we've been successful, though it took us 2 attempts to recruit those new operatives, and we had to look differently at how we were going to recruit and put a lot of effort into reaching out, encouraging people to come in for conversations through recruitment events in order to achieve that. And some have moved on, and we're in the process of just finalising another recruitment drive to replace. The other part of that mix is about having the right supply chains. We can't do all of this work entirely in-house because of the specialist nature of some of it and the very high levels of capital involved in equipping and the scale at which this is done. So things like major resurfacing schemes, very few councils are in a position to do that internally anymore, only those that have huge capital programmes, because it's just not cost effective to do internally. So supply chains are an important part of it. Is there more that we still need to be doing over the next 12, 18 months? Yes, there are still some areas of the service we would want to strengthen in terms of resource in a number of areas, and we're looking into that. The other things that we've been doing this last year as well are around the back office technical systems. So we now have our new ICT systems, which are fundamental to understanding the condition of the network, but also to speeding up and making more efficient how we program work, how we issue it out to our teams or to suppliers who are working for us. So a lot of that infrastructure is now built and ready to work or being finalised. It is a critical year for staying on top of that and having that management diligence to stay on top of the work and ensure it goes out and is programmed effectively. But we're in a much stronger position than we were 12 months ago. But these are always challenging services. And yes, there are a few areas that we would still want to strengthen within it.
Councillor Dublin.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate that. I think the challenge in reading this is we don't know that bit. So what might be useful in a report or as an appendice is to provide a bit of background so that councillors that are not in the administration might be more aware of what's going on in the background to make sure that we future-proof services, and also perhaps looking at, if we don't have the capacity for big projects, how are we looking to work with other councils perhaps and getting economies of scale there. Councils surrounding, if we can't do it on our own, we're reaching out to other councils locally to say, can we get a hand? South of Scotland, it's notoriously underfunded. The forgotten regions, potentially. Is there something there to be looking at as well? Thank you.
Stephen, would you like to come back on that?
Let's take those points on board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'm aware it's not just the service itself is under scrutiny. We as an administration are under scrutiny, and I do appreciate your points. But we do work very closely with our team, and we try to, without micromanaging it, but we're certainly kept up to date and we'll do everything to support the delivery. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. So this is page 87, 4.14, Strategic Timber Transport Scheme. And I'm aware this is for 23-24, but I'm wondering what happens when new businesses open that are processing timber or heavy products, because we have a couple of roads in our area where there are businesses that are opened. The residents are noting the poor road surface and asking, are the timber companies paying towards it? So are these regularly reassessed as new businesses open? One of them actually caused a car to be written off. So there are costs involved with the damage to the road. So can we be sure that all companies are putting something into the system for the roads that they use? Thanks.
really not sure how that one would work, but Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So the additional funding that we have received in previous years is part of the Scottish Timber Transport Scheme, nationally administered. Unfortunately, the national funding pot for that reduced by about 2/3 this financial year, and that's projected to be the same over the next few years. So there's been a significant reduction in that additional funding nationally. As a consequence of that, Dumfries and Galloway is getting a smaller amount of money than we've experienced in previous years. So that's a challenge in terms of the damage to the road network that is a result of that important economic activity locally. I think that's important to recognise. It's an important economic activity and an important employer, but the additional funding that we can bid into has reduced significantly. So I suppose the other part of my response would be damage to the road network. That then goes into our inspection and monitoring regimes and is prioritised in line with the existing prioritisation methodologies we use. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I think another aspect of that is where utility companies start to open up the road and they repair them. That's just to make sure they're done to our satisfaction. That's been brought up on a number of occasions recently, including the very new junction in Pleasance Avenue, New Abbey Road, which was dug up within a month, I think, of it being surfaced. But that was a fault of the contractor and not the council, as far as that's concerned. They did not consult as they should have done.
Is it just possible to come back on that? So, for example, when companies are putting in plans to open a site or extend their site, should there not be conversation about checking that the access roads are fit for purpose and that consideration as part of the planning process?
That would normally take part of the planning process. Roads would be a statutory consultee, so they would be involved at that stage. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just congratulate you all on the recruitment drive and also the speed of response from the roads teams and also the new ITC system, which has been communicated well out to all of us. So thanks for that, Stephen and team. I'm just wanting to talk about paragraph 4.56, please. There have been quite a lot of discussions, as we all know, with regards to active travel plans across the region. And we're all aware that council officers have been working extremely hard in conjunction with Swestrans, which is great news. However, can I note a few concerns that some of the potential projects are not noted as yet in these papers? So could an officer please confirm with me that these will come back to committee, whatever committee it may be, after the stage 3-4 application and the engagement process and any associated place plans? Thank you very much.
I'm sure officers will take that on. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Yeah, I think the schemes you're talking about are the from the Short Paths programme, which are Swestrans led. These were approved at the Swestrans board back in 2022, and our projects looking to connect smaller to larger communities that are in sort of reasonable walking and cycling distance. So I think those eight schemes were identified in that programme, a couple in your ward that you're probably aware of, and they have gone through the stage 0 to 2 process, which is the sort of feasibility and concept design stage. So as they progress on to the stages 3 and 4, we will be working more with Swestrans, and certain projects will then go into the capital programme within this report. But at the moment, they have just been reported to the Swestrans board.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks very much, Chairman. On the point you raised about utility companies, there's a major piece of work undertaken in Sanquhar very recently. And I was very impressed with our staff that they checked the standard of the finishes after the utility company left. They weren't happy and they made them come back and for me and redo what they'd already done to a standard that we as a council felt was necessary to maintain our road network. I'm impressed with that because we've allowed these companies for far too long to do inferior work and just vanish. In fact, I have a utility access point that's been a bane in my life for a year, been reported umpteen times, and the company, Scottish Gas, have never appeared to rectify it. And it's time we had an aggressive approach when we're dealing with these kind of companies, because it is, after all, our road network. And I'm impressed with the approach that our staff took recently in Sanka. I've a question and an observation, Chairman. On page 124, there's a Sanka HWRC which is to install a three-phase power supply and compactor, which has been cancelled. Now, given our drive towards net zero, it seemed to me a very positive approach, because the less journeys we can have with vehicles transporting waste to its final destination, I think that's better. So I'm interested to know why that particular scheme was cancelled. And on page 125, the Kirkconnell Cemetery works is carried forward to 2024-26, which in itself is fine. But this was first funded in 2019, pre-COVID. So now looking at a 7-year delay, potentially, in a project. And I don't necessarily need a reply from Karen today, but I would like some definitive answer on when these works will be completed. It's important to the local community that it's a drainage issue, are addressed, and I'd be keen to hear from Karen, but not necessarily today. So thanks for that, Chairman. A response on the HWRC would be fine.
Thank you for that, I think. I'm sure the officers will take that on board, and certainly with the local issue that you mentioned, they'll take that on board. In respect of the utility companies, this is something that I've raised with the roads team quite regularly, and they're satisfied with the regime they have now about the length of literally a guarantee on work and an inspection afterwards. But that's certainly taking place. Yes, sorry.
Chair, if I could just add to that for members' awareness. A couple of weeks ago, just over, I think 2 weeks ago, we received annual correspondence from the Scottish Roadworks Commissioner. The Scottish Roadworks Commissioner effectively has a range of duties, but that is about assuring and ensuring the quality of work that goes on the public road network, both by the utility companies and by local roads authorities, and in effect has a regime to performance manage local authorities. We had for a number of years been in the unsatisfactory category and quite close to a position where there was a risk that the Roadworks Commissioner will be putting us on an improvement regime, which is very, very labour intensive. Pleased to inform members that we have now progressed into the satisfactory category, and that demonstrates the improvement work that's been undertaken to work with the utility companies on exactly the kind of cases there that Councillor Dempster's just mentioned that you referred to before, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll resist the temptation of putting that in the administration's instigation.
Can I get an answer about the HWRC, Chairman, please? That was the only question I really had that I would mind an answer today on.
Right, could you like to come in that?
We'll need to come back to you, unfortunately, with a response on that one, but we'll do as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Do fine, thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Good. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just in relation, I think Stephen's kind of touched on it slightly with regards to footways, but on 4.15 on page 87, it kind of highlights the 113,000 slippage. But if you look at page 110, and for a number of years now, we haven't really had a very ambitious resurfacing programme for footways. So basically, I mean, only 8 of the 13 projects have been completed this year, which is concern. I have raised on numerous occasions in the past that, you know, some footways linking settlements have had one phase done and then it's been forgotten about for a number of years. and just for an example, mine it's the Eastrix to Dornoch, but and it's more. This is more a maintenance issue, but it kind of. Rather than actually, we don't have the funding to spend improving many of our footways. But the one thing that I have mentioned on a couple of occasions, the last 2 meetings, is reclaiming our pavements. We're in the main growing season now, and a lot of our pavements and footways are actually, half of it is you can't see because of it's overgrowth. There's hedges that are growing onto them, so a lot of our pavements and footways are now becoming rather difficult or impossible to navigate. So I know Stephen said that's something that's being looked at, but I would really appreciate maybe a report coming to a future meeting to outline how we're going to tackle this, because you've not only got the overgrowth from hedges, you've also, seems to be no scraping back of footways to kind of clear them. And then you also have the added problem of spraying the weeds that crop up between the road verge and the pavement. So I think it's something that all councillors across the region will have experienced and have had complaints from. And I really think we need a report on how we're going to tackle this.
Thank you for that, Stephen.
Certainly something we can come back on with more detail. Just for members' awareness, those kind of activities are generally regarded as revenue funded as opposed to capital funded. Just say that for awareness. The issue is a real one, and it's not unique to Dumfries and Galloway. It is symptomatic of resource pressures across roads authorities in that, these have been, unfortunately, over the last decade, some of the activities that have reduced, some of the first things to go, but happy to bring back further information or have members' seminar input around that so we can discuss these issues more with members.
Yeah, that would be great, Stephen. I think, I'm fully aware it's a revenue implication, but I do think there is a connection between, the capital programme, because a lot of the footways, they don't really need, they just need them cleared, so that they're negotiable. So that's why I kind of raised it under that.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth looking at as a strategic level, but certainly on a ward basis level, I tend to raise these issues through EMES, and they're normally addressed over a period of time. Not always, but normally. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a question for Stephen. Regarding the suspension bridge that goes across the river, I brought this up before, the joints on the bridge are extremely badly rusted. In fact, you can actually see them from the roadway now. Another point is culverts. I had a situation recently where the person had to wait several weeks to get the water drained away from his door, but a lot of the culverts are being cleaned out, and as Councillor Marsh said there, needs to be more councillors get complaints about that than anything else. So these are maybe basic situations, but they're very important to the people out there, or the constituents out there, that are cleaned and done and kept up to a reasonable standard. Thank you.
There certainly is a programme of cleaning out gullies and culverts. But at certain times a year, they will fill up again. But I think it's our individual responsibility as ward councillors to raise them in our issues, in our wards when they appear. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm just looking here at page 107 to kind of start the ball rolling here, and the first thing, the A708, the Greymare's Tail, the drainage has been cancelled. I had personal experience of going along that road quite recently, going to a funeral, and it really is the worst I've ever seen it. And we're not talking about the old pothole here, we're talking about holes that are across more than half the carriageway, and on the other side where they're starting to crumble down into this is a timber route, but it's also a very, very busy route for tourists, especially in coaches. And the other bit, of course, is that if there was a problem, a real problem, it's a massive detour. It's probably an even bigger detour than if the 75 between Stranraer and Stewart is closed. In fact, I would suggest it is. So I'm wondering here, I can't see anything in here about that A708. It's probably covered, I think, in the patching part. So I'd be interested to find out why we cancelled the drainage on that road. It might be just it's a car park, but obviously the officers will tell us that. And drainage, of course, plays a major factor up there, especially in the cold winter when water gets under the tar. We've got a real problem. So I'd be interested just to see, what have we got planned for the A708 to bring it up to the same standard as the borders? Because it's embarrassing when you cross the top of the hill and you go downhill, and it's actually like a bowling green, and you come on the way home, it's like coming through a war zone. That's me as a citizen being at a funeral rather than a councillor. It's not my ward, but I think it's an observation that needs to be done. It was interesting because that time we went across, there was a team working on that road, but they were fixing little potholes, and the massive big potholes weren't getting looked at. So maybe we're needing to rejig and relook at how we prioritise which ones need to be fixed first.
Okay, I'm not so sure that Stephen will be able to come back with specifics on that, but he could come back to you.
No, I can't on the spot come back in terms of our overall plan for the A708, but we can come back with a response on that. So apologies, we'll come back with a response. I'm just conscious we may have an unanswered question from the previous councillor in relation to the suspension bridge. If you would like us to respond on that, we can, I think.
If you would please, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Slater, we added the suspension bridge into this year's capital programme as alongside the Kilpatrick Macmillan cycle bridge. So they'll be looked at and get prepared for going out to tender this year with the works happening next year. But the intensive work in terms of the preparation for it will happen this year, inspections and the like, and getting the necessary permissions in place.
It just concerns that the fact is it's getting quite bad, and the longer it's left, the costs are going to go up on any maintenance schedule you have to do, and that's the reason I've raised it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Chair, I've not had an answer.
Sorry?
I've not had an answer to any of my questions. Why was the Greymaresdale drainage repairs cancelled?
I think your answer was he doesn't have that specific information, but he'd come back to you. But Stephen, would you like to say that again?
Apologies, get the microphone to work. Apologies if I wasn't clear. No, I don't have that information, Councillor Ferguson, but we will come back to you with an answer in relation to why that scheme's been cancelled and the overall approach to maintenance on the A708.
I'll just come back in, Chair, thanks. And sorry to take up the time here. Yeah, but I put an EMES in, and all I got back was, yes, it's noted, thanks, and it's on the list of repairs. Despite me actually saying in the EMES, this is actually a potential disaster, right? Because there was only enough space for my car to get past the road, and I've got a small car, never mind anything any size at all. Because if you're going eastwards, then at that one big particular pothole, as I say, is almost 2/3 of the carriageway, right? It's way past over the white line. Then I was expecting something to actually be done then, to at least go out and have a look at it and see what was going on, especially when there was a team a mile down the road, Ian. That was my point.
I'm sure, I can't possibly answer about the EMES, and I don't think Stephen can either. But he has given his assurance he will come back to you with that information. I don't have any further speakers. Oh, Councillor Beretti, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's page 124 and 126. The first one just caught my eye. Thanks to Councillor Dempster for reminding me of this. It says solar PV array slippage Q40. So this means that something is going to be built. I wasn't aware that there was going to be a solar array up in this deal. And the other one on page 126, purchase of smart bins region-wide. What exactly does that mean, smart bins?
Stephen, would you like to come
The solar array, I believe, is we've got a small amount of development funding in the programme to enable the investigation of whether there is a viable opportunity to construct a solar park within the Nithsdale area, both as a potential investor save stroke income generation opportunity and, of course, to decarbonise the council's operations. So that amount of money is there just as a small development pot for us to explore that project. The smart bins, probably at stretching my knowledge here, but I believe are a range of bins necessary that, we have the person with the answer sitting right behind me. Karen, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stephen. A smart bin is, in essence, a bin that is powered using solar techniques, and it's a compressor bin. So therefore, more litter can be fitted into the bin. We have, I forget the number, but it's 20 plus bins in the Wigton and Stewart area at the moment, and we're trialling those particularly in some of our communities that take the team longer to travel to in order to try and reduce the amount of times that the bins require to be emptied. So that's what a smart bin is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I caught Stephen out like that, but fortunately the expert was behind him. It sounds very good, and it's a spend to save measure, I would imagine. And again, that looks like both of these items are contributing to our net zero, I would imagine.
Yeah, they certainly are being trialled. They're not inexpensive, but they are being trialled. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. Just when we've got Karen down for this issue, are those the bins that we funded out of the Coastal Benefit Fund?
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, we funded some through the Coastal Benefit Fund, and we also funded some through the Land Asset Class Programme Public Realm. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't. Councillor Slater, you've got your hand up.
It's a question for Stephen. Can you tell me, Stephen, when Craig's Road and Gilbury Road may be repaired? Because I'm getting a lot of questions about that, I must admit. Thank you.
Apparently one of my esteemed colleagues can.
Could we maybe take that up with the ward councillor direct rather than at a strategic committee? Thanks. We've got Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. I think do you want to hold on that or let the officer back in?
I'll allow it on this occasion, but if we could keep ward issues to through either EMS or contact with officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, it is planned this year. Members agreed in April it would go ahead. When we come back in September, we'll tell you which quarter of the year that the work will be completed. It's traditionally done after surface resin, so it'll be Q3 or Q4. Thank you.
It's just the fact, Chair, cars are actually driving out the other side of the road now as they're coming down the hill, and it's a wee bit scary sometimes. You see a car coming towards you, but it's trying to avoid the potholes, and it's a very busy road. That's hence my question, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your point's been noted. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a notification on page 121, team. The Nithsdale is including Shawhead. I think that might be in the Stewartry, but correct me if I'm wrong, just to make sure that's in the right section going forward. But I don't suppose it, just for budgetary and invoicing, if that's correct, just the way the words work. Is that all right to have a look at that? No big deal. Also on page 125, with regards to the Castle Douglas Mugga, after this meeting, could I have an update on that? Because I don't think, as councillors, we've had an update as to what happened with the Mugga being cancelled. And also, finally, paths and reinstatement of paths. We're noticing across the region, which is great, a lot more outdoor activity in many of our parks with park runs, etc. And I know it's very difficult to coordinate new park builds, which is a separate budget, separate department, with our active travel paths, but it'd be brilliant going forward if the towns being linked to the villages in the future projects would look at the parks as well, so that it can be accessible for those in a wheelchair or who have difficulty walking and wheeling. Just one for noting. Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in. Thank you, officers.
Okay, thank you. And just as a matter of fairness, if we could keep our issues to strategic rather than specific ward issues, I'm sure the officers can reply to you direct on that one. Do you want to come in on that?
No, noted. Excuse me. Noted the point in relation to accessibility of park pathways and links to active travel. Give that consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I have no other speakers. If we go to the recommendation, I'll now move the recommendations. Are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Okay. Going to item 7, Capital Investment Strategy, Transport Asset Class Capital Programme Update. This report provides members with an update in relation to the outturn of the Transport Asset Capital Programme for 23-24, to provide members with an updated 3-year budget plan 24-25 to 26-27. Stephen Hall is available to take any questions on the report along with other officers as may be required. Stephen, is there anything that you'd like to add to the report?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Open to members. Councillor here.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's again on the appendix. You know, we've got a number of slippages, you know, in the red again. Just wanted a wee bit of clarity on that. And are we going to make any headway in trying to achieve what we're trying to set out to achieve? Thanks, Chair.
Stephen.
Thank you for the question. Might ask Gordon Bryce to come in on this one, please.
Thank you, Chair. So on your point in Councillor, there was a bit of slippage through last year, a combination of resourcing and one of the main suppliers that won a tender for some of the bus procurement that we put out actually changed. They went out of business, changed hands, which then brought in some legalities with the procurement, and we had to novate the contract, and that 10 months, to be honest. Getting us back on track, we have now got the bus novation done, which makes up 1.4 million of the 5.5. We have just today put out a tender that brings in two tractors, which equates for 150k of that 5.5. And last week a tender went out for 1.1 million for HGVs, for 20 HGVs. So we've brought in the resource required to support the procurement. It's well on track, and when I come back to you in September's committee, you'll see a significant amount of progress within the project tracker, and I'm very confident that'll be, like I say, a significant increase in the amount of procurement that's been taken forward, and the percentages spends will have increased massively. So I'm confident in that, and hopefully councillors and the Communities Committee will take that confidence as well.
Thank you for that.
Thanks for that assurance, Chair.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I was just in the busy typing to withdraw my request. I'm comfortable with what Gordon has said, because I was quite concerned about the reducing investment every year in our local bus network and plans, but the explanation Gordon's given is fine. Well, I should maybe say, I should have made a statement of connection, because I'm in Swestrand board, so my apologies for not doing that earlier, but I'm satisfied with the report and the response Gordon provided. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. Page 135, I noticed that the EV infrastructure charging is quite a big slippage. From the 100,000, only 11 just over 11 has been put in. Given what has just been said about the buses and how these buses, electric buses, need a much higher charge rate, I've only ever seen 7 kilowatt chargers. Now, I know 7 kilowatt chargers comes up quite a bit, but what exactly are we going to do over the next few years? Because it does say on page 132 that there's no allocation in 25-26 and 26-27.
I think it's my understanding a lot of the funding comes forward for 7 kilowatt charging and not the higher charging rate. Stephen?
Again, I'll ask Gordon to respond to this, please.
Get through yourself, Chair. Councillor Beretti, so there's work ongoing all the time with this sort of stuff, and it's probably sort of crossed in the post with this report. So some of that funding was put into the ARC at Kirkconnell, where just last week we've powered up a rapid charger, which I feel like a 50 kilowatt charger, and a dual 7 charger within that wee car park. There's also been a 22 kilowatt charger being installed at Abercrombie Depot specifically for DC charging on the buses, and the same at Garach Business Park specifically for DC charging for our bus fleet. Now, a 22 kilowatt charger is more than ample to charge overnight the buses that we operate that are electric. The funding for the next couple of years was reduced to zero because we need to allocate some match funding into the LUF bid, which I'm aware that there's still a report to come with elements of that project and detailing how that's going to be delivered. But the LUF bid was predicated on hubs across the region, or transport hubs across the region, which would allow us to supply commercial stroke bus charging at a greater scale than we ever could through the transport asset class. So hopefully that answers your question and makes a wee bit sense.
Councillor Beretti, does that answer your point?
Yes, it does. And clearly, again, going back to achieving net zero status that we said we're going to do, then EV infrastructure is going to be crucial going forward. And therefore, we are going to have to find ways to improve and increase that, both the structure and the money spent on it.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. 7 kilowatt chargers are reasonably okay. A car will take a night to charge, a basic car. That's take about 5 to 6, 7 hours. The problem that you have is that you need 440, you need 3-phase electricity, and the infrastructure's not there for that in a lot of places. So hence the 7 kilowatts are put in place. In fact, there's a number of 7 kilowatt chargers not far from here where they're not being used because people park in them anyway. They don't have an electric car, but they still use the bays. But really, that's what it is. You need the infrastructure. You need spend energy or whoever it is to put all these cables in to get 50 kilowatt, because that's what's really needed. Fast chargers. There's one in Kirkconnell at the harbour, and 3 cars could probably charge it pretty well up in an hour. Whereas a 7 kilowatt, you're talking about 6 hours. So it's a lot of cups of coffee in a cafe to wait 6 hours to charge your car. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't appear to have any other speakers. No. We can go to the recommendations. Members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.2. Members, I'm advised that lunch is here if you would like to break now. And if we could come back in 30 minutes, 10 minutes to 1. we just go on to item 8, future burial strategy for Dumfries and Galloway, report by the interim head of facilities, waste and neighbourhood services. As I mentioned at the start of the meeting, members should have received the supplement pack where an update has been made up to the details on page 6. That's 150 on your full set of papers. Paper copies are available for anybody that requires them. This report provides members with a draft burial strategy for Dumfries and Galloway, together with updated management rules for the cemeteries for consideration and approval. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report. Karen, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Okay, in that case, I'll open it up to members. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Karen, for this report. We've waited a long time for it, but I think it's certainly worthwhile. It's a very good report, and I'm delighted with it. Doing a couple of things. I trust that any work that's ongoing at the moment will continue, even although some of the cemeteries are quite a number of years before they're at their capacity. And the reason for that is, I'm sure we're all aware of the length of time that the Dumfries Cemetery has taken from its inception until the position today, and it's still not ready to take interment. So there's clearly a long window between deciding to progress with searching for an extension to the cemetery and it actually being completed. And I'll just take that for granted. The two questions I have is, and they're linked, and it's on theme 2, where we're talking about reclaiming unused layers. That's on page 144.1. So if we do take back unused layers, and I think that's the right thing to do. I've always thought that, and I've asked for that detail to be explored for some time now. So does that, this is the question, does that then remove the burial ground in question from the closed cemetery list? Because there are some concerns about the minimalist approach or maintenance where we have closed cemeteries. So as soon as we reopen layers, I take it that cemetery will then be classified as in use and no longer closed. That's the first question. The other thing is a bit more challenging maybe for Karen. I know the proposal is no planting of any kind. And in the cemeteries that I visit, know that I'm a regular visitor, but in the spring, we often see daffodils growing adjacent to headstones. And it's one of the very few flowers that rabbits don't eat. And it would be simply a case of the plant blossoming, for want of a better word, and then dying off. And I know that in the general grounds maintenance programme, and I see it in my ward, our staff, quite rightly, cut the grass and avoid cutting down the daffodils until they have died off and have turned yellow, saying that that's their end of life. It's only then your staff cut across them. So it'd be quite easy to leave plants like daffodils within the burial grounds without causing your staff any particular difficulty. And the only other question I have is in theme 7, shrubs, trees, etc. And I watched one of our members of staff cutting grass in the cemetery just a couple of days ago, and he was very detailed and precise in his work, but didn't get off the mower. So we have a situation where on some occasions shrubs or trees grow beside or between headstones. And if we're no allowing planting, are we now going to go to a situation, and I think it's the correct thing to do, where our staff actually remove these self-seeded trees, because they do get, and in some of the cemeteries I've been in recently, get a significant size, and they actually cause problems in terms of loose headstones and damaged headstones simply because of the growth of the tree. So I wonder if that's an approach that we'll be taking, whereby if we agree the report, and I would be happy to agree as it's set out, that we tie in that we remove shrubs and trees before they get to the stage of causing damage to adjoining headstones. Sorry if that was lengthy, Chairman, but there's really just a couple of points there in it for Karen.
Okay, over to you, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you very much, Councillor Dempster, for your questions. So I'll go through each point. So your question in relation to work that is currently ongoing, investigating options of cemetery extensions. Those projects are listed on page 151 of the report, which is part of the strategy. So just to give that reassurance that work will continue. In relation to your second point regarding the reclaiming of unused layers, now our priority initially will be looking at active and open cemeteries where we have a reduced number of years in terms of capacity remaining. So we will look at reclaiming layers and the processes around that with associated cemeteries in relation to those facilities. That's very much linked to the new handout that you received today on page 150 in relation to the cemeteries and capacities available within that. So a priority will be looking at open and active cemeteries, and many of which have closed elements next to them. I wouldn't class those closed cemeteries as then open, but there would be some available layers, but we'll have to judge that on a case-by-case basis as we work through that process. In relation to planting, so as you quite rightly say, daffodils come up at the start of the cutting season. I wouldn't see any reason to not allow bulbs if they're at the start of the season, as we're able to manage that. The report is referring to shrubs that are there 365 days a year and which are growing and growing and then proving difficult for the street scene operatives to maintain layers. And in relation to self-seeding trees, that's part of the street scene operatives' role to remove self-seeding trees because they are causing issues right across the region in many of our cemeteries. So therefore, as they are seen predominantly by those operatives who are strumming within the cemeteries, they will be removed. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I come back, Chair?
Yes, certainly.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Karen, for that reassurance. There's only one other question I have for you, and it's probably not for today, but we have a situation in Kirkconnell where my parents are interred. There seems to be a number of unused layers adjacent to them. So we have a brand new cemetery in Kirkholm, which has tons of capacity. Will we still, though, explore and identify the unused layers? It's called St Connell's, but the same situation will be arisen or will arise right across the region. St Connell's was recently closed, but it will have undoubtedly a number of layers that could be utilised or used, and that would then allow family members who maybe had parents in St Connell's to choose to be buried in St Connell's rather than Kirkholm, simply because there's a link to another family member there. And that's just a part of the reasoning. The question, though, is, given that we've got a huge capacity in Kirkholm, are we going to pause looking at the or unused plots in other closed cemeteries because it'll only be where there's a pressure that you do that, or is it a process that you're going to go through and utilise right across the region, which in my view would be a useful thing to do. We just identify right across the region what plots are used and allow bereaved families to choose a plot in a closed cemetery if they have a another family member or relative interred within that place. So that's one of the real question, Karen, is we've got to do other cemeteries or just the one where there's a pressure on the existing cemeteries, such as the ones listed in page 151. Thank you. Or 150. Thank you.
Okay, Karen.
Thank you. So initially, it won't be a priority for the example that you've used there in terms of St Connell's and Kirkconnell. That wouldn't be a priority. Our priority would be where capacity is getting lower. However, we will work through a process and we'll provide a sort of framework or an action plan to work through that process and progress through all cemeteries across Dumfries and Galloway, but I couldn't confirm at this moment in time the timelines associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Good to have that, Chairman, and thanks, Karen.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Karen with regards to, Karen, have we done any kind of trending or analysis over a number of years of, it's probably a trend away from burials to cremations, and whether or not, what kind of trend that is, if it's quite a large percentage that are now preferring to have a cremation rather than a burial. I do know, obviously, the East is served through a private crematorium, and I think at one point we did look, even though it was just provisionally, whether or not the council would invest in a crematorium probably in the West, but I think that's served by air. But it's something probably that we need to consider sometime in the future. But I do think theme 10 with regards to the memorial walls, benches, I'm pleased to see that you're looking to extend that, because that does give people who have chosen a cremation for loved ones, the chance to put a plaque in the memorial gardens or on the walls, etc. And another point is on grounds maintenance. I think it's worth, at the moment, it is cut and no collect. We did ask, the Labour group did ask for a template for the budget proposals, and it was coming in some kind of 3 million odd. So we found that kind of strange and thought maybe it's a bit of a crude assessment of, what it would cost to implement the policy. So maybe if in the future, if some work could be done on an accurate cost of the potential for reintroducing that can be considered by councillors when it comes to future budgets.
Thank you for that. I seem to recall that certainly when I started as a councillor some 17 years ago, I think the trend was 1 in 3 was cremation, but it's probably down now about 2 in 3 cremation. I think the trend's moved. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. So I don't have the specific information in front of me in relation to the sort of trends, but what we are seeing is an increase in casket-only interments, and therefore within the burial strategy and as part of the community conversation, we had discussions through our community conversations in relation to casket-only areas, and that's theme 9 within the report. We are seeing a higher number of, as I say, cremations rather than burials, and happy to share that information with members. But what we're also seeing is families are looking for the cremation caskets to be interred within cemeteries also. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Go to Councillor Walters.
Chair, just the one on the cut and collect.
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, Councillor Marshall. So I was involved in pulling that template together, and I am happy with the accuracy of that report. But if requested going forward, happy to relook at that. And just as a reminder that the grounds maintenance cut and lift was removed in 2007. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Karen.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Can I just ask, just for a bit of clarification on the the thing that's been replaced in page 150. You know, the table that you've sent out, the additional thing. So the table that you've sent out now is much smaller of cemeteries that have got layer space limited. So does that mean that the numbers on the original one, so like for Tundergarth and Lochmaben, so are they wrong, or have they just been reassessed so that they have over 15 years capacity? Can you just clarify that? Thanks, Karen.
Karen?
Thank you very much. So apologies, I perhaps should have clarified that at the start of the item. So when I looked into the table in a little bit more depth and preparing for committee, what I found was the averages of interments had been taken over 1 year instead of 5. Now, the reason that we normally would take interments over 5 is it gives a good baseline average for us to work out the capacities. So apologies, members, that error was made, and I felt it was appropriate yesterday afternoon to reissue that table. So the table that's within your papers is not accurate, and the one that's been issued last night and this morning in hard copy is the correct version. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Karen, thanks for this report. There's a lot of work on it. This started quite some time ago, didn't it? So it's the end of a fairly long process. Just one question here. On page 149, third bullet point down, the Council should use the terms of the Burials and Cremations Scotland Act 2016 to reclaim layers that remain unused after a period of 50 years. Does that mean nothing's happened in them in 50 years? So that's what I hoped you wouldn't say, because it's quite realistic for a young family to bury a child aged 2 and only be 52, and at the end they would maybe want to be buried beside their child. So I'm wondering here whether the 50 years in actual fact is a practical one. I mean, I'm not at the stage here I'll make an amendment or change it just now, but I'm just wondering whether we should reconsider that 50 years and maybe make it slightly longer, given people are living longer these days, and they could be right back to burials of their young loved ones many years before that, and certainly in excess of 50 years, because you wouldn't have to be that old to be my age, actually. Thinking about it, you know, if we'd buried a child in the local cemetery here 50 years later, I wouldn't be able to be buried beside my child, to put it into that sort of context. So I'm actually wondering if 50 is actually, maybe that's what the legislation kind of says, but maybe it's a bit tight.
Karen, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So the 50-year period is what is detailed in the Burials and Cremation Scotland Act 2016. So that's where we've taken that information from. As I noted earlier, you know, we will work through a process in terms of you know, looking at our burial records that we have, and if we've got, you know, contact details, certainly, but going back that term, it's unlikely that we'll have many contact details of layer holders, but if we have, then obviously we would reach out to those layer holders. But the 50 years is what's detailed within the Act. Thank you.
Thanks very much. It's kind of the answer I expected, Karen, so thank you for that. And I think if we learn nothing from the dangerous gravestones, and we learn talk to people, speak to people, don't just do. This could be another classic example of meaning well, but you could give every auntie, uncle, granny, grandpa under the sun no happy if their child's or their relative, their younger relatives, grave is actually taken back because they're still in the ground there. They're still interred there. It's just I'm a bit worried of the application of that, and I think maybe we should just take a bit of time and have a bit think about that. That would be my.
I think you've got Karen's assurance that each case will be taken a case-by-case basis, and where there are contact details or where it's an obvious case it was a child, that these would be looked into.
Yeah, I'd be really happy if that was included in the minute or something like doing these lines, because then it's the will of this council that's what's going to happen, rather than all due respect to Karen and it might not be Karen in 30 years. Well, it wouldn't be Karen in 30 years' time. She'll be long gone, retired in the south of Spain. But you get my point. So if we can include it somewhere in the minute, I'm
sure when we come to recommendations, we can try and incorporate that. Any other speakers? Sorry. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to come in, considering I was slightly late. Appreciate it. So apologies for that. Theme 3, burial fees and charges, page 153. It says that D&G is, the costs are considerably lower than many other local authorities across Scotland, which is a theme that we see in terms of D&G charging for things, which maybe needs to be reviewed. It's good that it says it would be anticipated that future fees and charges would increase each year, which would be agreed by the appropriate committee. But then if you go to, bear with me please, kind of action plan on the themes, there are no dates for theme 3, just says for noting. I think that's quite an important thing to look at. Could we maybe look at changing that and getting some dates in, please, Chair? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Thanks for highlighting that, and absolutely we'll update the action plan so it details that future fees and charges would be agreed by the appropriate committee on an annual basis. Thank you.
Any further questions? Points? If we could go to recommendations in that case. Members happy to agree the recommendation at 2.1 to 2.3 with the addition that in the case where a layer is going to be reclaimed, that the council will make all reasonable attempts to contact the relatives prior to that being taken back into possession. Something along these lines. Claire, could you maybe make sense of that? I'll just sit.
Yeah, I can provide assurance to members that it will be reflected in the minute, and obviously, as said before, they'll be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
You satisfied with that? Yep. Members agreed? Thank you for that. Let's go to item 9, implications of the introduction of the Fireworks Pyrotechnic Articles Scotland Act 2022. Members are requested to note the Fireworks and Pyrotechnic Articles Scotland Act 2022 confers discretionary powers on local authorities to designate a place within their area as a firework control zone and make provisions for how these powers are to be exercised. This report also sets out how the council will deal with community requests for a firework control zone. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add?
No thanks, Chair.
Open to members. Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. It's kind of daft, Larry question. 4.6 on page 202, there's a duty on local authorities to prepare public key details of any proposals for the designation of FCZs. We quite often get requests from the Scottish Government to the local authorities. I'm just wondering, is there any funding that you know, will help us to develop this? Thanks, Chair.
Harry?
Thanks, Chair. I see Martin Ogilvie on the call as well, but from my understanding, the situation is it's a requirement laid down in statute that the local authority needs to implement without any necessarily additional resource allocated to do so. Thanks, Chair.
Martin, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, just to come back in and not to try and contradict, but there is limited funding from the Scottish Government should the local authority meet the threshold to make a request. But as per another section in the report, at 4.8, we had a meeting with partners in September last year, and again we debriefed after the multi-agency Operation Moonbeam exercise in relation to Firework Night last year, and there's certainly no thresholds even close to being met in this region, thankfully, that would necessitate any request going to Scottish Government at this time for an authority-led firework control zone. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other members? Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, that's a legacy hand.
Thank you for that. Any other members? If we could go to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.6? Item 10, end of year evaluation report tackling poverty and inequalities project, April 23 to March 24. This report provides members with a detailed end of year evaluation report on the delivery of all projects which have been supported by the £1.97 million policy investment funding to mitigate against the worst effects of the cost of living crisis and to tackle poverty and inequalities. Harry Hay is available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add?
No thanks, Chair.
Open to members. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. No, it's just a small point, just on in the appendix, so page 225. It looks like we've got the colour coding wrong. Because I think that looks like a red colour, which would be a 1 in the key code, but it's a 5. And the 5 is like a dark green or a brown colour, or is it brown? Just my eyes. It looks like red, but it probably is brown.
Harry, can you clarify?
Yeah, Chair, I asked exactly the same question because I thought it was my eyes as well. But there are no reds in the appendix, which is good. We want to avoid reds, so it's actually meant to be a brown colour. So it's possibly just down to the colour of the ink. Thank you, Chair.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other members? Yes, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report. It's really always interesting to read evaluation. It's just a wee point to make that it's really disappointing that we're actually putting less in this year to the cost of living crisis, because I always think we should be putting in more. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that last part. Could I ask you to repeat that?
It's a shame we're putting in less this year to the cost of living crisis, as agreed at the budget setting process. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just wondering if the report, this is a good report, Harry, thank you. It would maybe have benefited from some feedback from some recipients who were willing to contribute. I don't see very much there. It's just like a couple of sound bites, but maybe it's an idea for the future. Obviously, it's too late now.
Harry?
Thanks, Chair. Conscious that colleague Mark Malloy is on the call, but what I can say is that lead services that administer each of the component parts of this funding, absolutely a kind of fundamental element of it is that they're in regular dialogue with vulnerable families or individuals that benefit from it, but absolutely very happy to take that on board. But Mark will be able to provide some more of the detail. Thank you.
Mark, would you like to come in on that?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to reassure Councillor Ferguson that every project which has received funding, when they provide their monitoring returns, also provide a range of case studies on individuals or groups or communities. It's not contained within here because the brief from this committee previously was to bring back a factual report on the independent evaluation into the current projects, but members will we do normally bring a 6-monthly progress report, which absolutely has case studies in it and showcases the range of projects. And just with the new tackling poverty, inequalities and housing subcommittee being established, I would expect through the draft terms of reference being considered at the review of standing orders committee on Friday, that there's the opportunity in there that members will be able to hear more directly from groups who have been in receipt of this funding going ahead.
Thank you for that, Mark. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to both the officers for this detailed report. I understand how complicated it can get because there's so many different sectors and so many people being helped, which is great. Mark and Harry, just a quick question with regards to page 220, the taxi card transport scheme. I noticed there was just a slight underspend. Does that get carried forward, or do we have to give that money back to the Scottish Government? Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Harry.
Mark, could you answer that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The custom and practice has been that any underspends against any of these projects have went back into the overall pot for tackling poverty and inequalities, and only specific requests from services to carry funding forward. That's been done, but it is a small underspend in the project, but certainly that one was requested by the service to be carried forward, which has happened.
Thank you for that. Does that answer your question?
It does indeed. Thanks very much, Mark. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Sean, is Councillor Marshall, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, sorry again, yeah.
Thank you. In that case, I've got Councillor Durban.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report, which is good but very sobering as a retrospective look over funding for last year. The work that's done is fantastic, so I'd like to commend everybody involved in this. It's an absolutely amazing thing that we do for individuals living in poverty in this region, but I think we need to remember, and the sobering thing for me is that 27% of children in Dumfries and Galloway continue to live in poverty. We've not shifted that dial at all in recent years, and we still have the lowest mean wage in Scotland, which means more folk are in poverty in D&G than in some other regions. And as my colleague, Councillor Wilson, has said, it's laudable the work that people are doing. It's laudable we're putting money into this, but I suggest we as a council need to allocate more funding in future years to lift people out of poverty and not just keep the statistics at the same rate as they are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm sure your comments will be noted when it comes to the budget setting process. I don't have any other members wishing to speak. I'll move to the recommendation. Members happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2. Item 11, Dumfries and Galloway Coastal Benefit Monitoring Report, rounds 3 and 4, report by the head of Thriving Communities. We've been made aware this week from one of our round 5 projects agreed at the last meeting of the committee that their match funding decision has been postponed because no announcements are being made by the grant-making body in advance of the election. It therefore can be consistent with members' previous decisions as referenced in the report at paragraph 4.8 for the committee today to agree short extensions of up to 3 months to any projects in this position. This report provides members with a performance monitoring information for projects and initiatives supported from round 3, that's the 22-23, and round 4, 23-24 Coastal Benefit Fund. Harry Hay is here to take any questions on the report. Harry, anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'll open it up to members. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just really to say congratulations to the community asset teams for the project on the gull-proof bins on 247, page 247. You know, I think originally they were planning 120 replacement bins, but with you know, procurement, etc., they've managed to get 384, and they've listed bins right across the region that have been replaced. Just wondering, has the effectiveness of those been tested, and are they doing what they're meant to say on the tin?
Harry, would you like to add them?
Thanks, Chair. My anecdotal understanding of that particular project is that, yeah, they do have a positive effect in reducing gulls, in fact, any bird life getting things out the bins. So, yes, they do have that positive effect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any other members? I don't have any other members wishing to speak, and members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2. Sorry, I missed you.
Apologies. Point to raise at page 2.288 on the Gatehouse of Fleet Affordable Community Homes, which is a great initiative. I'm just wondering if lessons can be learned from this to replicate this in other areas that would benefit from the Coastal Benefit Fund. It sounds like a fantastic initiative, and it's about affordable housing for people in rural areas, and it just sounds so good that it might be useful to get lessons from that and take it forward to replicate it in other areas where we have massive shortages of housing for folk that can't afford to buy and or rent in the current climate. Thank you.
Harry, are you quite happy to follow that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I certainly know that again there's been interest from elsewhere in relation to the project.
Okay, do we have any other members wishing to speak? In that case, if we go to the recommendations, the members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2, and in respect of the comments that I made for the extensions, if we could incorporate that as a 2.3, if members are happy with that. Item 12, Head of Service end of year assessment, 1st April 2023 to the 31st of March 2024. Report numbers 12, 13, 14 and 15 provide performance information for all services within the Communities Directorate, and it's clear from these reports that a significant amount of work is taking place in the communities across our region, which is making a vital difference to the quality of life for the people in the region. Members are asked to consider the Head of Service end of year assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 2023-24 service plan for governance and assurance for the period 1st of April 2023 to 31st of March 2024. I understand we've got Vlad Valenti is available to take any questions on the report along with other officers. Vlad, is there anything that you would like to add at this stage?
Hi there, it's Vlad's wife Lindsay just stepping in at the moment. Vlad's had to deal with something that's come at the door, so he apologies for that. He's not here right at this moment, but I'm just coming in to say that he's going to take notes and things afterwards. Apologies.
Thank you for that. In that case, I think we'll maybe go to item 13 and we'll come back to item 12. Item 13, members are asked to consider the Head of Service end of year assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 23-24 service plan for community services for the period 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add?
Nothing to add, thank you, Chair.
Open to members. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Page 349 at the bottom, 462. I still don't recall receiving an answer to when we're going to receive funding back for what we spent on looking after the asylum seekers at the Mercure. I believe it's a bit ongoing, but we need to really pressurise getting money back to make sure we can balance our books. Thanks.
Harry, could you answer that one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I see Liz has just come into the room as well. But my understanding in relation to that is that it's yet to be confirmed to the council. But I'm sure the team will advise members as soon as we know.
Liz, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, so we have a fortnightly meeting with the Home Office, and we have asked them at every meeting this year about the funding agreement, and we have been advised it's with the Treasury, and this is unlikely to be announced to local authorities until after the election.
Thank you for that. Any other members? In that case, we could move to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I know there's purdah, if you want to call it these days. Right, that doesn't stop us writing to, as a council, to a department in Westminster rather than political masters asking where the hell our money is, because we've been asking for it now for 2 years.
We're obviously not going to get a reply to that letter from what's said, but I have no difficulty incorporating getting a letter.
And in addition to our ask of the Home Office every 2 weeks, we do know that COSLA is also putting pressure wherever they can about getting the funding agreement for this coming year. So I can assure you that pressure is being maintained.
Does that answer your point? I mean, I think the fact that we are still maintaining the pressure on COSLA.
I mean, absolutely not, and we're away to stray here into what we can't really discuss just now because of the ongoing election. Right? We can't be political about it, but I'm not being political. What I'm saying here is that the Home Office, right, who are the branch of the civil service, are the ones responsible for paying us, not the elected politicians in Westminster. So we should. As a council, we need to go back again, and I know Liz has been at this for months and months and months, but it can't go on forever because they're just expecting us to continue putting resources in that could be used elsewhere. I don't grudge the resources, but we need to be recompensed for them.
Where I agree with you, and I'm certainly not being political, we have a response saying they will not respond until after the election. So it's I think there are a decision to be made after that. If we don't hear it, I would agree. But at this stage, it's just a bit too soon. Yes, sorry, you'd like to go.
Whether I can ask this or not, but after the election, if there's a change in government, could that money be lost? I don't know if I can ask it because there's an election coming up, but I just wonder if there is a change in government in any way at all, could that money just be
I think you can ask that. I can't give you the answer to it, but I would suggest that it's the department that are dealing with it, and that no matter what government was there, you may get a more favourable response if there were a change of government. Nobody can answer that one, I'm afraid. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Question's not going to be political. Page 361, and about sort of halfway down the page, maintain fair trade zones status for Dumfries and Galloway. I know there's a due date just over a year's time, and we're at 25%. Are we confident that we can have everything in place that we will meet the due date? Thanks, Chair.
Mary, can you, or Liz, can you respond to that?
Yes, happy to pick that up. So the due date is when our next submission is due to be submitted to Fair Trade UK, and that is about a formal application to renew our Fair Trade Zone status. And that is predicated on consistent activity during the 2 years that our current status is maintained. So we have to evidence that we have done certain things. You know, we've participated every year in Fair Trade Fortnight, etc. We've continued to promote it through the schools. So it's about that sustaining activity during the period of time. So yes, we're confident that we will have activity during that period. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, members, I'll go to, no, I won't go to the recommendations. Yes.
I was looking at... Oh, how was that happen? All right, I'll speak anyway. Yeah, I was a bit lost because my paperwork is just completely black and white. I don't have a colour version, but I was looking through page 350, Chair, and 4.64 and our health and wellbeing courses. Are these courses actually giving us the results that we expect?
Liz, could you answer that?
I'm happy to get details of the assessment to you. I don't have that here today, but there is ongoing management and monitoring of what the outcome of these individual courses are for all our adult learning. So yes, I'm sure we'll be very happy to provide you with more detail about these specific courses.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dempsey.
Thanks, Chairman. Just one daft question on page 382, 4.7.3. Should we not be looking to roll out these heritage services where we can across the museum service, which would improve customer attendance and ensure there was more localised opportunity for folk to research heritage? And the other thing is maybe just on the back of Councillor Ferguson's point about looking to see if we can recoup our money. I'm sure we could delegate to officers to write to the British government after the 4th of July, which would be before we meet again, and then we'll get a response maybe presented at the next committee meeting or whatever form this new committee takes. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Where I take your point, I think the fact that we are maintaining the pressure through the officers, we're maintaining the pressures through COSLA. It might be writing to UK government that may not be there in July. I think it'd be wise to move, I should say, to wait until that rather than delegate any response at this particular time. Councillor Durward.
Thank you, Chair.
What about the heritage issue question, Chairman?
My apologies, Liz.
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Dempster was referring to the next agenda item when he mentioned the Heritage Service. I've taken a wee note of it and I will answer it when we get to the next item, if that's acceptable.
Sorry, Chairman, I've been trying to hurry you on today.
Thank you for that. Councillor Durward.
Thank you, Chair, again. Page 349, 4.6 is key achievements and its council plan development projects. I think these are great in terms of, and they're taken up certainly from personal experience in a couple of community councils that I attend that are based in rural areas, which is good. It seems to be more rural than urban, and there seems to be a dearth of community councils in urban areas, but that's for a different day, a different question. We speak about borderlands and then you speak about local place plan work, which is good, but it's almost like a tiered approach to place planning in the sense that borderlands is funded more, I think, because of the nature of the borderlands agreement. Local place plans aren't funded. They're about, well, they're not funded a great deal. There's some money there to develop things. And then what happens to areas where they're not doing place plans? How are their needs addressed, and they don't have the capacity or the ability or representation to do this, because community councils with the best will in the world attract really good people who want to make a difference. but there's a lot of people who don't go to community councils and the voices aren't heard. So how are we getting them involved in the place planning process or involved in their local communities? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think one of the points we were trying to convey in that 4.6.1 is that there's all sorts of different ways that a community can have a place plan. And there's different types, you're absolutely right. And part of the discussion that the ward officers and planning colleagues and economic regeneration place officers are having with communities is what one is right for you. So it's very much up to the communities about how they want to develop a plan for their area, other than, of course, the Borderlands ones, which were agreed by our council. For the areas that maybe don't have a community council or don't have a development initiative, part of the conversation that the ward officers and colleagues are having with them is what vehicle is interested in developing a plan and supporting them to bring people together in whatever forum, whatever grouping is most suitable for that area. I think, as you'll see, we're up to 42 local place plans, and you're right that a lot of them are in the more rural areas, which is extremely encouraging. And part of the work that the team are doing is getting sort of peer support so that we can start to build experience and share that with other communities that maybe haven't yet started on their journey. So it's getting a real momentum, and we're certainly confident that over the coming years we will have place plans of whatever type, community action plan or a local place plan, whatever is best for that community, we'll have them in place across the region.
You'd like to come back in?
Thank you for that. I think we are lucky at the moment. We have a willing and capable audience and willing and capable participants. The challenge will be moving forward, perhaps. Not less capable, but less willing to engage, perhaps, is the challenge. And I think we need to focus on these individuals as well, if that makes sense. But thanks for that.
Thank you. I have no other speakers. If we move to the recommendations, a member happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3. Members agreed. I think we'll give Harry a wee break just now, and see Vlad's back online. If we go back to item 12, I've already introduced it. We're asked to consider the head of service end of year assessment of the progress on delivery of the 2023-24 service plan for governance and assurance for the period 1st of April 23 to 31st March 2024. Vlad, is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
Just an apology, I had to be called away there, so apologies, members. And yes, in terms of the report there, you'll see both the achievements and celebrating success parts of the service, as well as some of those performance indicators that unfortunately we've not been unable to meet.
Thank you for that. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just page 333, health and safety referrals. I think it's quite disappointing that it's down on last year, and it looks like only half of the referrals are being responded to in the time. So I'm just maybe wondering if we can have a little bit more information, and also maybe for members to be emailed how many referrals. And over the page on 334, the percentage of income target met generated from community safety ASB detection patrols. I take it this is the issuing of littering tickets and dog fouling fines, etc. Just a little bit disappointed in the 4%, 4.5%, and again maybe we can have some more detail on how many fixed notice tickets were issued.
Vlad, can you respond on that one?
Yeah, I'll start with the second one first, if that's okay. And this has been picked up, I think, pretty much most of the opportunities that I've had to present this kind of yearly report to members. The important part is incorporated within how are we performing, and part one of that, which is car parking inspections have not yet recommenced in terms of the parking strategy, which has been taken forward, and that's the reason as to why that percentage of income target has not been met, not as a result of any particular change in the fly tipping or any other fines that we would issue, because that's never been a huge income for the council in that regard. So that's the reason, and that's the proportion within that, which is the bulk of that is expected in car parking inspections, not in terms of fly tipping as such, but more than happy to provide the stats that Councillor Marshall's alluded to, and I'll get the team to send that out to all members. And the same for the stats in regards to the health and safety referrals from the community protection team as well. I'll get those sent to all members.
Can I just come back on that one as well? Yeah, because I think when this was introduced, and I think, you know, it's particularly on the dog fowl, and we thought this might be one of the ultimate deterrents to it, but obviously it's not. And I think what most people would like to see is more fixed penalty notices issued with regards to dog fouling, because it doesn't seem to improve much across the region.
Thank you for that. I think Vlad has taken note of these requests. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks.
The first one's, sorry, on 333, health and safety referrals.
I'm fairly sure that Vlad said he was going to come back to you with that, but Vlad, would you like to come back?
Yes, that's correct, Chair. Yeah, I don't have those stats to hand, so I'm more than happy to look into those stats from the community protection team and send those to all members.
Sorry, I missed that, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, on page 304 and 305, there's a number of bullet points of key achievements. On page 305, right at the very top, we've got 9 Radio Hill matters. Now, if that's the one that I'm thinking it is, where we were trying to chase up, you know, how much rent that was being paid, I don't think this committee actually got a report back for that. So it'd be interesting just to get a bit of clarity on that particular point. The second point I would like to raise, Chair, is on page 321. Now, this is in the risk matrix that we have here, and on page 321 you've got the failure to deliver a minimum site standard at Thistle Grove. Now, the risk, if you look at the risk factor, that the council could be in breach of the Scottish Government's minimum site standards. Now, we were in breach last term, and we were actually served notice for that particular thing. Now, looking at the current risk, we're actually sitting where the original risk was. So the questions around with that is the risk stable, and what's planned for the period ahead to bring that into either amber or green? So those 2 points, please, Chair.
Thank you. Vlad, could you respond to that?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the Radio Hill matters, there's a significant volume of those have now been resolved, and the council's now received the relevant monies attached to that. We've got one that's still to be resolved, but is at later stages of negotiation, and we're hoping that will be resolved certainly this year, but we're obviously pushing for an early resolution on that one, and more than happy to report as soon as that's done, because that will give the full picture for all members rather than a part picture, which is what we would have at this stage. But on that one, I'd like to give significant credit to all the teams involved, because as members will recall, it's been a really difficult legal position, but we've managed to get a significant result, an outcome there for the council. In terms of the risk, which Councillor Campbell rightly points out, in terms of the Gypsy Traveller site, that is one that will certainly be addressed as part and parcel of the decision of full council, and thereafter the budget that's been allocated to progress that particular project overall, which is a major project for the council. So that'll be getting taken forward in terms of the long-term improvements for the site, which is probably the best result in terms of ensuring that we meet the Scottish Government's standards which have been set within that housing regulator element of it. So we will, as a result of Council's decision, implement that and take that forward, but that will take time, as members are aware, and we'll do that kind of initial planning of the project first, with that development and procurement, as members are aware, before we can take that forward.
Councillor Campbell, you'd like to come back?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. No, I appreciate about the radio mass side of it. I think it makes sense just collecting everything together and sending it out to all members. But on the risk matrix on the Traveller site, I think it would probably be helpful if this committee, all members on the committee, get sight of a time frame, how this is going to progress. That was the point of my question, what is planned for the period ahead. Yes, we do know it's been taken through full council and it's been taken through the capital programme. However, the timeline would be helpful to members. Thanks, Chair.
No, I think that's what's Vlad's saying. That will be the next stage that will come forward. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chairman. Another statement of connection. I am Chairman of Sanker Enterprise Company. It never struck me that I should have told you that at the start, because I would want to pay tribute to a ward officer and staff for the prompt way that they managed to bring forward a licence to occupy our organisation for the old library in Sanker. That's one of the 13 licences to occupy that's referred to on bullet point 3, page 305. So well done to every member of staff for getting that done and promptly to help the organisation move forward. And the question I have is not really a question, it's an observation as well. On page 338, we're reviewing the council bonds processes and terms. And given that in my ward there were 2 different open cast sites that failed spectacularly and left a headache for this council because we didn't have the proper bonds in place to fund the restoration of these sites, I am pleased to see that that's being reviewed. And again, well done, Vlad, whoever it is taking that forward, because it's important that we don't leave this council compromised or subject to criticism because of their own failings in no securing the proper bonds when we allow works to commence. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Waters is after me, that's fine. Questions on page 318 and 319 in terms of the risk register. Risk GA01 and GA02. The first one is an effectiveness of our responses to a civil emergency or disruptive event, quite a big thing, and failure to deliver critical essential services. And the current risk is quite high. I don't know how long that's been high for, but it's maybe been over the past year. And the position says inability for both of them, which is concerning. It says inability to recruit vacant principal resilience advisor. Position temporarily reduces corporate capacity to deliver business continuity and training. Now, I get that I don't know how long this has been, we've not been able to recruit somebody for, but if that's a long-term or even medium-term issue, can we not do something internally to put somebody in that position, given that there are quite big risks that we might be in danger of not meeting? If we have a critical essential services failure or ineffectiveness of our response to a civil emergency, hopefully there won't be one soon, or a disruptive event. I think this person is essential, and I don't know how long, I don't know how long the position's been vacant for, but should we not be doing something a bit more to put somebody into that position as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Vlad, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, through yourself. The position's not been vacant for that long, and the risk is being managed. And by that, I mean, first and foremost, I would give assurance to all members that if we were to have some form of major incident, that we have the right staffing available as an overall full council to address this. In terms of that principal resilience advisor, we did advertise it both internally and externally, and unfortunately we haven't been able to recruit to the required criteria that we require, and that means that we are looking at outside the box thinking in terms of training our own, for example, to meet the relevant essential criteria within that job description. However, the business continuity training part is one that's been, again, is managed, albeit we've obviously identified that as a potential risk for members to consider, but is one that's managed, and business continuity is not new, it's not something that services are not already aware of, it's just the ongoing training and delivery of that. But that's very clear in terms of all your service plans for all the relevant directorates will already have business continuity plans in place, and this is as an add-on and as an extra assurance that that ongoing business continuity continues. But this is a short-term issue, and we are addressing it, and we're looking, as I said, in terms of recruitment, to see whether we can train our own rather than simply look to meet that essential criteria part of the job description, which quite clearly we were unable to do so after advertising for a significant amount of time.
Thank you. Does that answer your point? Do you want me to come back?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vlad, for that comprehensive response. You're saying it's a short-term issue, but if you're looking to train your own, it might be a longer than short-term issue, maybe a medium-term issue. And it seems to be quite a big part of the risk process. I mean, having this person in place seems to reduce the impact of the risk considerably, according to the table on page 319 and page 318. So, I think it needs to be given perhaps. I get what you're saying. You've tried recruiting. I don't know what you deem short term, medium term, or long term. That would be interesting to get your perspective in that. How many months or years is that? But this person seems quite intrinsic or essential to council planning going forward, and I would suggest that maybe some information back at some point in time would be useful to the committee in terms of recruiting or improving the skills of our fantastic staff in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Vlad, could you incorporate that in a future report to whichever committee?
Yeah, I should say, however, it'll probably be for Harry, so I'll pass that baton on to Harry to include that report. But I am fully versed in terms of the next steps and to try and recruit into that role. But it is probably, and I think Councillor Dodd was right, it's probably more of a kind of medium-term plan in that regard to ensure that we have the right people in place, and that might require that training of our own within that.
Thank you. I think Harry's acknowledged that and thanks you for the delegation to him. We have Councillor Walters.
Yeah, can I just ask a question about page 311 about the review of taxi provision, which which says there's no progress, but it's on schedule. I just wondered if we could have perhaps a bit more detail about where that is then, if it's been open since January 2023. I thought there had been some progress made on it, but I'd like to know whereabouts it was. Thanks.
Okay, Vlad, get into that.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through yourself and council holders. As you'll note, the due date for that is down for the end of this year, and the reason for that is members of the team have been fully involved in taking forward the licensing review overall, and that's been the focus. Ensure that the licensing boards and so on element of things is first addressed by full council. So that's coming to full council in June, as members will be aware, and therefore that's been our priority as a team. However, we still envisage being able to meet that deadline of the end of this year for completion of that taxi review element of it.
Thank you for that. Does that answer your point?
So can I just clarify then? We haven't made any progress on that. Is that what we're saying? But we're going to once we've finished doing the moving to a unitary licensing board. Is that what you're saying? Pat?
Yeah, correct. Through yourself, Chair. As you'll see, the progress is, as you've pointed out, 0% of that currently. However, we're taking that forward in a prioritisation way in terms of ensuring that first and foremost we address the constitutional element of licensing, and then thereafter we'll look to complete this project.
Thank you for that, Vlad. We'll go to Councillor Slater.
Just a point, Chair, really going back to dog fouling, believe it or not, the fact is it's very, very difficult to prove that as well. Hence probably that's why the figures are low. If you've got to prove it's that dog, you've virtually got to see it happening at the time to issue a ticket. In the States, they do DNA tests, but we're obviously not at that stage here yet, I must admit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. Vlad, I'm looking at all the different risk assessments here in the risk matrices. Our resilience team must be pulling their hair out here, because at very best we're in the amber right next to red on quite a number of really important serious issues here. And I'm kind of wondering how on earth we're going to get out of this situation relatively quickly. Probably that's something for another day. For example, and I'm just wondering how up to date these are, if you look at the Gypsy Traveller site one, for example, it's still showing in red. That's 08, isn't it? Yeah. 06, sorry. Yeah, 06. It's still showing in the red, but hoping to get it into amber. But the likelihood is still there. It's the impact it's reducing. That for me is a worry. Now, I'm led to believe that there was an agreement that there would be a security fence put up to keep the children safe in the site. Do you know if that fence has been put up? And if it has, that alone might even just bring some of the risks down a wee bit, because at least then we're working with the community there to improve what they're doing. And I'm particularly vexed about this, because I'm the one who got hauled up to Edinburgh to the regulator and to the Cabinet Secretary because the council weren't up to scratch. And I had to say then, and I'm talking about here in the 2012, was it 2012? No, 2017, sorry, term. So that's 7 years ago, and it looks as though nothing has really happened. And what we seriously got to do here at this Gypsy Traveller site to actually keep everybody happy. I do know our team were working very closely with the regulators team and Scottish ministers when they were getting the new plan and protocol put in place for Gypsy Traveller sites, minimum standards, etc. But the impact's still the same and the likelihood still the same as it was 4 years ago. So I'm struggling to see, Chair, where there's any improvement whatsoever there. And as I say, something as simple as putting up a fence, which I believe hasn't been done yet, and it was agreed some time ago. At least it's a start here, but it's too little, too late, I would suggest. I think I can see somebody getting hauled up, and luckily for you, this is your last day. It'll be somebody else who'll get pulled up to Edinburgh to the regulator, if that's the case.
I think if I was, I'd probably go back for the last 5 years and say it wasn't just me. But I think the progress has been made. Certainly against my personal wishes that it was voted through that we would go ahead with the work on the site. And there's apparently a capital allocation in the budget that's there to progress and do the planning for that. There are a lot of planning involved in it. There will be undoubtedly a decampment of the site because it won't be able to take place with the people on it. So there are a lot of planning behind it. You did start off by asking the question about the fence, was it there, and then came in, apparently you said it's not there, so you obviously know the answer for that one. Vlad, could you maybe explain something on the fencing aspect of it? Is that something that's been progressed relatively soon?
Thank you, Chair. I'll need to come back to members on that. I'm not aware as that now falls within the remit of Steve Rogers, so I'll check in with that particular team. However, what I think it's important for members to be fully aware that particular risk is very clear: failure to deliver minimum site standards of Thistle Grove. Now, those minimum site standards are set by the Scottish Housing Regulator, and as members are aware, and that's why the decision was taken in regards to the options appraisal, that those minimum standards cannot currently be met. It does not matter what we do as a council until we revamp that whole site. That's the only way that we can mitigate that risk. It cannot be mitigated by putting up the fence. That will mitigate the risk to the families that are there and so on, and I fully agree with that, but it will not mitigate this risk in terms of the minimum standards. This is about the minimum standards that cannot currently be met on that site.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. Now that I've got colour, I can see again. Page 310, and I noticed that there's green arrows on at least 3 of those, if not 4. One of them, of course, is 2027, which I would expect is in progress. But certainly the first one, the progress is not yet complete. But we've got a green arrow which says, which is at odds. Answer for that?
Vlad, could you come back on that?
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Beretti. Which one specifically are you referring to? Sorry, I couldn't really capture that.
It's page 310, and the very first one code, which is 5GA. And the 6GA. Now, I'm assuming the 6GA is licensing, so that is one of the reasons why it's delayed. But the 5GA one.
Okay, sorry, the 5GA, which is just through yourself, Chair, as I understand it, just to get that right, is implement the improvement investment in governance and assurance service. As members should hopefully see, the progress is at 75%. we've already implemented that, and we have now, and I can give the good news, which is that we are now in the process of kind of final recruitment for a number of those roles in terms of implementing that governance and assurance capacity. So that has been implemented. We are nearly at the end of that, and we're 75%. In terms of the licensing board arrangements, members will be fully aware, as we have briefed all political groups on this, that this is going through the review of standing orders subcommittee this Friday, and thereafter will go to full council in June.
Thank you for that, Vlad. Members of no further questions. Are we quite happy to move to recommendations? Happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3. If we now go back to item 14, Head of Service End of Year Assessment, 1st April 23 to 31st March 24 for Neighbourhood Services Service Plan. We're asked to consider the Head of Service Assessment on the progress of delivery for the service plan for the period 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024. We've got Harry Hayes here to take any questions on the report. Harry, is anything you'd like to add?
Nothing to add, thanks, Chair, but I'm conscious there's an outstanding question from Councillor Dempster that I'll be happy to pick up whenever appropriate.
I think before we go into the questions, questions for this one, if you'd like to give that answer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so my understanding of what Councillor Dempster was asking was in relation to section 4.7.3 about customer services and heritage, and just to quickly advise that we do indeed operate what's referred to as a spoken wheel approach, that we've very often got centres where there's comprehensive archives and heritage materials, but then very often get allocated to specific smaller locations if there's a particular issue, topic, time of year, etc., that we feel would be of interest to either local residents or visitors to the area. So it's a very transient collection that can get moved about the region as required. Clearly there's some elements of it that are pretty unique to a particular area, and therefore the chances of it moving significantly across the region will be a lot lower, but we certainly do take that approach. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Harry. If we go back to item 14, and it's now open to members for any questions. Councillor Dempster, is that on this item?
Yes, it is, Chair, and I want to thank Harry for his response. The only reason I mentioned museums was that you'll know a decision was taken some time ago to limit the hours in customer service centres. And mine, Kirkconnell and Thornhill and many others are 12 hours a week or 14 hours. It's something a very, very small amount, whereas our museums are open for much longer in the summer months. And just because it's a single service now, my question was simply, could that be put into a museum instead of a customer service centre if it was a better potential for either visitors or locals to access them? I understand what Harry is saying, so it's no big issue. I just wondered why we didn't include museum service when we're talking about heritage, because the museum service sort of promotes our culture and our heritage. But I thought, Chairman, and nothing more. Thank you.
I'm sure Harry will consider that and come forward as necessary. Any other members? Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Please, Gillian's here just to doorstep her when she's in the building. I'm just looking here at the North West Campus and the creation of Community Support Hub. There was a problem with the Customer Service Centre and the library and everything else, and I'm led to believe there is an answer to it. You know, there's a way in which we can have both there and both open without having to go through the school to get to the Customer Service Centre. Just be interested if we can get it somehow in the record here, because there are some other issues that Gillian no doubt knows about, but will be taken up offline from here.
Harry, could you respond, or do you want to get back to Councillor Ferguson on that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Certainly, what I am aware of is that with hindsight, the original location of the customer service centre within the North West campus probably wasn't optimum, and as a result, even pre the new arrangements, we worked very closely with our colleagues in schools at the time to make sure that the location was actually moved so it's more accessible, and it provides that multi-service point that all other customer service centres provide. I think the key will now be to make sure that it's fully promoted, the profile of it's raised, and we do all we can to encourage residents to come in and actually use it. But happy to provide any more information out with the meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Harry, thank you for that update, and thanks, Gillian. So if I'm right here then, so we've identified the space, we've got it ready, it's a starting date for it to be operational, and of course we'll need to liver it up and everything else. That work will need to continue, because it'll need to be clearly seen from outside the building that it's where people go, so they don't have to go into school. So have we any idea when that work will be done, or when it'll be operational? The new place, the new office.
My understanding is that it's operational now on specific hours, and what we're needing to try and do is maximise the access to it and encourage more people to use it, because I think it's fair to say things stand at the moment, use of it is perhaps not what we would have originally anticipated.
Okay, I think, Ian, sorry if I can. I was there last week and you can't see it, right? It's probably there, but if I can't see it and I know it's supposed to be there, what chance have the public got? So it'll be interesting to see when we get it all fully liveried up and just exactly what the uptake will be, because yeah, it's a major source of concern for all 4 ward members.
Thank you for that. Councillor Durward.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's good to see that our communities are thriving in terms of attendances at various things. Our libraries are thriving. They're absolutely an essential part of our community. But a couple of questions about one on page 383, 4.7.6, number of attendances for indoor sports and leisure facilities are going up. But can we be sure that we are reaching all of our citizens in terms of attendance and in terms of participation? We know that this is an unfortunate statistic that the rates of mortality are increasing in Dumfries and Galloway. We have I hate to say it, ageing population, and are we using our enabling a proactive approach that looks at health promotion and addressing health inequalities as well as just targeting general population? That's one question, so hold that thought. And the second question is page 384. 4.9.4, establish a cultural partnership for D&G, which is great and laudable. And it says in the descriptive paragraph that we had a new cultural strategy agreed following the agreement for 2022 to 2030. So that was 2 years ago, but we've still not got our cultural partnership up and running, which is sort of 2 years. And maybe the strategy wasn't launched in 2022, or maybe it was the end of 2022, so it might just be a year in. But where are we with that? Because, I mean, I think our group is of the opinion that we have some of the best museums, some of the best staff, curating staff in Scotland, the best offers on in Scotland. They're all free, they're fantastic, but they bat well above their weight, but I don't think the region does in terms of advertising and promoting this. So it would be really useful to know when this partnership is going to be formed and who's going to be actually in it. Thank you.
Harry, can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the issue about attendances at leisure facilities is an absolute critical one. The focus of the service, and indeed partners, including health, is very much about making leisure accessible to all for the whole variety of reasons. And one of the issues members may recall that one of the commitments we've made is to develop a physical activity strategy and healthy life's pathway for Dumfries and Galloway, and that in essence is exactly what that is intended to achieve. So it's not about the same people coming swimming 10 times, it's about trying to focus and make sure that perhaps those that have got underlying health issues or emerging health issues are specifically targeted. One of the projects we are working on at the moment that has been very successful is basically prescribing physical activity through the health service, it's one of the indicators that we've picked up that we simply haven't got the capacity to deliver the demand, which is good in one way because it shows it's working, and it certainly demonstrates very strongly to ourselves in health that approach is one we really need to develop further. And it's the same as many other services we provide. It's far better to be proactive than reactive, and certainly we've got a commitment from colleagues in health to do exactly that. In terms of the cultural partnership, members will be aware that at the moment we've got an arts partnership that we work with on a region-wide basis, and as part of the development of the cultural strategy, the sector themselves indicated that the same underlying principles and benefits of having an arts partnership would be well placed from a wider cultural perspective. So at the last Communities Committee, we provided, albeit a brief update, that the intention is to have it up and running for the start of next financial year. We clearly want to bring as many elements of the sector with us as possible, because it's about them working with the local authority and other partners such as SOCI, etc., to make sure that any cultural partnership and representation is fit for Dumfries and Galloway. And part of the role of that group will be to really raise the profile of the overall offering in our region. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Harry. Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Harry. That's really good to know. I think in a region that has Burns, Bruce and Barry as their cultural heroes, we really do need to do more about marketing that. When you see what they do in Stirling and other areas in Scotland, they're our people as well, and I think we could do a lot more with it. But thanks for that; it's useful to know.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other speakers. Members, we're happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3. Go to item 15, Head of Service End of Year Assessment report by Interim Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure. Members are asked to consider the Head of Service End of Year Assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 23 to 24 Service Plan for Roads and Infrastructure for the period 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024. Stephen Hall is here to take any questions along with other officers as may be required. Stephen, is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
No, thank you, Chair.
Open to members. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Chair, page 440, which is RIDDOR, reportable dangerous occurrences, employee injuries and diseases. I think this is probably the most worrying performance indicator out of all the reports we've got before us today. It states that I know this is a new KPI, but I think the target is based on last year's RIDDORs, which was 5, and we've doubled that to 10. And I know this is across the areas which involve manual workers, but the trend is very worrying. It's, if the trend goes this way, you're not far short of a serious or a fatality in health and safety terms. And a couple of things, I'm just wondering why we probably have RIDDOR reportable injuries listed across the years. And we certainly, we based the target on 5, so I'm not sure why we haven't included the previous stats since 2020-21, but I've looked at the actions you've taken to improve performance and don't feel as though you're going far enough. And I do think that, you know, members, if you could provide members with these 10 injuries or accidents, if you could provide the details of that to see, you say there's no trend, but certainly as a member, I would like to see the details behind these, because that is an alarming increase from last year. The other point I'd like to make is on page 441, and it's on the next page, it's percentage of C-class roads that should be considered for maintenance. Again, this is an increase of about 5% over the last year. And I think, although we have a way of categorising roads, it does say that part of it is based on road usage, and I'm just wondering if the council looks at that, because certainly some of our C-class roads and even our U-class roads carry very high level volumes of traffic. I'm thinking of one in my ward. It's the C4344, and there's also the U203. The C4344 links the A75 to the M74, and U203 is the road that goes by Chapel Cross, which is one of the largest employers in the region. So I'm just wondering, you know, we really need to, because the C-class and U-class roads are further down the priority, I'm just looking for some assurance that we try and tackle some of these C-class roads with a lot more kind of direction. And also, do we take into account some of these roads being, you know, very well used? That's my two questions.
Thank you for that, Stephen.
Thank you for the questions. I'll start, excuse me, in reverse order, if that's okay, with the C-class roads, and then move back to the RIDDOR reportable incidents. So, in relation to the percentage of C-class roads that are identified as in need of maintenance treatment, really important within this year's data to look at point 2, as it is on page 441, the low sample size. Normally what happens, excuse me, voice is going again. Our survey information that drives this comes from national survey data that's procured by Scots, Society of Chief Officers of Transport in Scotland, on behalf of all councils across Scotland, and involves a technique called Scanner, which is undertaken by a company called WDM. In the previous years, probably the last decade or more, all of those surveys have been done within the time frame required to give us the network coverage ready for this report. This last calendar year, however, WDM failed on behalf of 3 authorities across Scotland, the 3 of the most rural ones, ourselves, I believe it was Aberdeenshire, and it was Argyll and Bute. As a consequence of that, our data size this year that's got fed into this information is massively reduced on what we've had in previous years. Having reviewed that as a team, and having put that information together with, you know, the human intelligence from our local teams, our local technicians, senior technicians, operatives, and the information that we've had back from the augmented video footage that we now get from the systems of Vaisala Road AI system, we actually think this data is not very helpful because it's such a small sample size. It's potentially not a very true picture of the network, which is really unfortunate feeding into this report. We will, however, have the full data set available. The surveys have now been completed, the data's been processed, and it will all be available to feed into the annual status and options report, which you use as members to review the requests we have for capital expenditure in the future financial year, and which comes to you no later than December each year. So in relation to C-class roads, this data is potentially erroneous because of the low sample size, or at least we don't have the level of confidence in it we normally would. So I wouldn't attach too much to it. In relation to your questions, Councillor Marshall, around prioritisation, we are actually doing a piece of work at the moment to review our road the link between the road classification hierarchy, the A, B, C and U classes, in terms of how that's driving decisions around capital programme. For responsive maintenance, for effectively safety repairs, everything is done on the basis of the actual level of risk of the specific defect, pothole, whatever it might be. But in relation to the capital programme, our hierarchy at the moment does drive a lot of expenditure towards the A-class roads. We are reviewing that for next year's capital programme to actually see if we should be shifting, as you've set out in your question really, to have more of that investment into the Bs and Cs. So that piece of work is ongoing, and a report would come back to committee as part of the annual status and options report around that. So that's the response in relation to the C-class roads. In relation to the RIDDOR reportable incidents, you started your question by outlining just how serious you believe that data is. I agree. You know, as managers leading a service like this, the safety and well-being of our staff and of the public we interact with is our highest priority. It has to be. So this data, in terms of the number, absolutely right that this is a high priority and a high area of concern. I think one of the things I always reflect at in terms of reporting and health and safety information is it's a bit of a double-edged sword. We don't want to see large numbers of incidents reported in one respect, but we also don't want to see very low reportage of incidents because we want to know what's happening out there. So there is a potential that actually we're seeing a higher number of reportages because actually we're getting a better safety culture. We're getting more incidents being reported to us, that sense of openness amongst the workforce and the team, which is really positive. That said, we would like to be in a world where there are zero RIDDOR reportable incidents. So your other point around getting this data for the previous years, I don't know why we don't have that data available to us. We can look into that and come back to you with a response on that, because you're quite right, that data probably does exist corporately. I think the final point you raised was around the mitigations that we've set out. That is a summary of the mitigations. There is an awful lot of work going on across the services. In addition to that, there's schemes of toolbox talks. There's a high turnover of high visibility management reviews. The heads of service who feed into this, who lead the services this report cover, are all doing monthly visible felt safety leadership events where we go out, we visit, we meet teams, we have the conversations around safety. So there is an awful lot more activity than is shown on this kind of summary report. I don't know, Stuart, if there's anything you want to add to that?
Just to clarify the Pintana, because it's a new PI, it doesn't pick up the data, but we can backtrack that and look at the data. It's actually got a calculator on this year, whereas before we were simply counting them as they came along. So certainly we can do that, and yes, we can give you the type of accident from that, along with the service that it was in, because it was across probably all services, roads, community assets, and waste, and they were all slightly different. And just off the top of my head, when I'm looking at it, with things like fall from height, with squash fingers, with roads operatives trying to take cones apart, with the muscle pool, somebody trying to take a waste bin lid off, with somebody slipped on a drain cover getting out an RCV. So there's that's what I'm saying. There's no real trend or kind of pattern to them. There are different services, different types of accidents, and each one does get investigated separately. So there will be separate accident investigations and mitigations. But yeah, that was the overview of what we're trying to do as a service.
Thank you for that very comprehensive response. Councillor Marshall, does that answer your points?
Yeah, and as I said, if they're RIDDOR, then they should be recorded anyway, so there should be no problem in looking back over the, because I think it's important we see a trend if we're just basing it on the 5 last year, but it'd be interesting to see for 2020 and 2021, 22, because as you said, the nature of some of those accidents is worrying, falls from heights, squash fingers.
Right, thank you for that. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Stephen. apparently over the next 16 weeks, the Sands have to have a lot of holes drilled in it and dug up. Is there a traffic management system put in place? Because this is a very, very important area in Dumfries. It's a very major thoroughfare, and a number of my constituents have asked me about that. What if the management system there, how's it going to work over that period of time? Because it's right in the middle of the holiday season as well. Thank you.
Stephen?
Thank you. So the work you're referring to is the ground investigation work, which starts mid-June, I think it is. Recently written to all residents, which followed on engagement with community groups, just to ensure there was good forward visibility and information around that. You can't do this kind of work with zero disruption, so an important issue to raise. But yes, there will be traffic management, all the necessary regulatory approvals in terms of the approvals required for temporary road closures, etc., that will be required of the roads authority or any contractor, either are in place or will be in place. But in addition to that, what we've tried to do is provide local residents and local businesses with an easy access contact arrangement. So I know that the contact details for our project team are available. That's gone on the letters to all residents and businesses. And I would really encourage any residents or any of your constituents that have concerns, contact the project team. We'll be able to talk them through what those arrangements are. And then if there are particular pinch point days or weeks for any given business or resident, if they speak with the team, we'll make sure they've got that information, literally, you know, what's happening tomorrow, what's next week look like. So we support that local community through this as best as we can. Thank you.
One last point. Are we talking about car parks being closed for a few days at a time? Or this is what I know people want to know, because that's their mainstay parking area. So it's when they come to Dumfries.
Do you want to respond to that?
That's helpful. If information around that car park's a particular concern, I'm actually seeing the project team later today. I'll make sure we do some more communication around that. Thank you.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. Unsurprisingly, a question about page 419, 4.7.3, White Sands project. Not about the car parks or the work, but it's great to hear that the preparatory and exploratory work's ongoing. Just a question about the tender, agreed tender, which must be in place by the 31st of March 2026. So there's a bit of time there. As you know, the investment for Dumfries in this project is massive, and Scottish Government funding is confirmed, which is really reassuring. Are we confident we have the capacity to take this forward within the timescales set? Thank you.
Stephen.
Thank you. We are, yes, that timescale is for us to have the main works contract tender appointed effectively, so main works contractor in contract and appointed. We are confident we've got the capacity to take that forward. We've got both dedicated members of council staff who we have transferred from other duties to be solely dedicated onto this project. We've also got an external project management specialist organisation in Turner and Townsend working with us, and that team is comprised effectively of some of the most experienced professionals in project and commercial management of flood schemes across Scotland. They've all recently come off other major flood schemes. We're also working through the SCAPE framework to have early contractor involvement through their main works contractor to look at buildability, scheduling and timescales around it. So yes, we have the capacity in place. We will absolutely need to keep our focus on ensuring we have that capacity and also ensuring that our decisions around procurement are made in a timely fashion. It is, I think, as we've always said with this, it's a deliverable timescale, but it's a tight timescale. Thank you.
Just ask one question. Has it been recosted, this scheme?
Excuse me, we have Councillor Dorward.
Oh, sorry, apologise.
Thank you, Chair, and apology accepted, Councillor Slater. That's reassuring, the fact that there'll be a close eye kept on things going forward. It is a massive investment for the town of Dumfries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Slater, you had something to say?
Yes, I just wanted to ask if the scheme has been recosted.
to answer that. A scheme of this nature, revised cost estimates will be produced at different design milestones. At this stage, we're not at a milestone where it's sort of appropriate, if you like, to be producing a revised cost estimate. Once we move into detailed design, that will enable the team, which will take place once we've got the results of the ground investigation work. That will give the information and detail needed for revised cost estimates. But what I would want to point out, a major civil engineering scheme of this sort, it will be re-estimated at different milestones. We should expect to see movement, and we should expect to see movement probably up and then possibly back down again. It's a natural feature of major civil engineering works. But that commitment is there, and at the appropriate milestones, that will be reported to committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have no other speakers. I'll go to the recommendations. Members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2? At this stage, before I go into item 16, I think I'll have a 10-minute comfort break. If we go to item 16, Dumfries and Galloway Council British Sign Language Plan 2024 to 2030. Report by the Head of Thriving Communities. This report seeks member approval of the Dumfries and Galloway British Sign Language Plan 2024 to 2030, which will determine the priorities of our work to show the deaf community and showing how we will promote and support British Sign Language. Harry is available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you would like to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Open to members. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report, and it's quite right that we focus on other forms of communication. One of the things that we're aware of at a group, it's not just BSL that we need to be working towards, but we have a number of pupils who have non-verbal communication via Makaton, and I wonder if at some point we need to build this into our strategy and our policy for the future. And that's one thing I think I just want to ask. And the other thing is, just as a point of interest, is page 480 about BSL awareness and training and courses not being available within region. I'm actually doing a very cost-effective course at level 1 and level 2, which is available online. And I'm wondering if it's something that we as a council consider offering together, maybe in groups, so that we can learn together. And it would be a really good way for all of us to learn, not just staff, teachers and non-teachers, but all councillors to have an opportunity as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Harry. Could I?
Thank you, Chair. I see Mark Malloy is on screen. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the comments that's there, we're aware of a range of online training which is available, which community members across Dumfries and Galloway will be taking up, and also, it's some low-level training as well that's been offered by our council's lifelong learning service. So there is some training there, but what very much came out the consultation and engagement process with the local BSL community was the need for further training, and particular training at the more advanced levels, and that's what we've tried to highlight within the plan. So it's not to take away from the good work that's already happening by a number of predominantly charity-based organisations. So that's already happening. And in terms of the Makaton part, it was something that came out a few times, Councillor Lowe, through the consultation, but because the consultation was following the guidance by the Scottish Government, it was quite specific about what was included and what shouldn't be included. So we are absolutely aware of the importance of that within the wider landscape for supporting young people and adults in the communities who have got a range of diverse needs within Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you for that response. Maybe it would be really helpful for us to know the scale that we need to cater for Makaton, so that it isn't just maybe specific staff working with pupils or young people, but that is available wider as well. It would be really good to know what we're looking at.
Yeah, we'd be happy. Yeah, thanks, Chair. We'd be happy to take away that work, and I'll certainly look at that further, Councillor Lowe, and come back to all members on it as part of the regular updates of the BSL plan.
Thank you for that, Mark. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Quite a specialist question, actually, if I can. And again, Gillian, I'm no doorstepping you. Last time we discussed this in this committee, we found out that we were training a number of our teachers to become teachers of the deaf, which is a definitive qualification. Are they still with us? Are they now trained? And are they still with us? Or have we lost them elsewhere? And then I'll come back with a supplementary after that.
Okay, Gillian.
Thank you very much. It's a very timely question, Councillor Ferguson. As this morning I met with the Scottish Centre for Language Education, and BSL was a point I had put on the agenda, because I'm aware that immediately the Scottish Centre offers training for teachers. It is immediately oversubscribed, and they are looking for a position to take back to government to look towards additional places on both the University of Edinburgh and the University of Strathclyde's training provision. So across Scotland, there are pressures in recruiting BSL teachers, and of course there's an awareness with the UNCRC that young children who are using BSL as first language have a right to be educated by immersion, and therefore we do require the resource in order to do that. Thank you.
Can I come back in? Yeah, I mean, this is an excellent document. You know, it's an excellent piece of work right across the board. And I think where I was heading for this, Gillian, was at that time, I think we had 3 or 4 who were actually undergoing training. And it was somebody from South Ayrshire, I think, was doing the training. It's just, are they qualified now, and are they actively teaching in our schools, or have they moved on? Which is my big worry, right?
Gillian?
Thank you. I'm assuming we're talking about the same small number of individuals, and I understand that we do continue to have those individuals with our workforce, but I'm not sure to what level they are trained. But I can certainly get back to you. As was mentioned earlier, it is that Mark mentioned, it is the more advanced communication. For example, young people who are studying at higher level, they have a right to be educated by immersion. And do our BSL teachers have the language skills to be able to support young people doing, for example, higher chemistry within BSL? These are challenging questions that I think we have to respond to. Thank you.
Okay, if we could ask you to respond to all members. Thank
you. Can I come back in with a supplementary? It's really, again, the last time this was discussed, okay, I'll start again. I totally appreciate that this is a report to comply with legislation, okay, and it's an update where we are. So for that, thank you. I think what I'm kind of looking at, and I think it probably needs to go a different place from here, is the wider issue of people who don't use sign language as their first language but have a hearing loss of some description. Now, I have declared an interest, but I mean, I've obviously won. So I do know that Mark and his team have been talking to outside third sector organisations in the region who don't use sign language, but lip read, for example, and a number of other things. So I think really where we need to go with this is, where do we take that extra concern about how do we communicate fully with people who are hard of hearing, who've got acquired hearing loss rather than been born, and who choose not to have sign language as their primary means of communication, or in fact some of them their only means of communication. So I'm just putting it out there, and I think we as a council, we're going to have to look at exactly how we deal with that, and how we take that forward, because the numbers are significantly more than the numbers who sign. Okay, and I think that's, you know, and I'm saying, I'm taking nothing away from the sign language thing. I'm taking nothing away at all from the need for this report to comply with the legislation. And I know that we're complying with the legislation and we're doing it. My grandkids can sign because they've been getting it in primary school, but I'm not that sure that it's going across all primary schools, for example. So there's a few things in there. In the main, I'm really happy with this. And Gillian's kind of answered the question I was really worried about, is are we training people to be very specialists, and then they get a better deal elsewhere and they go? Right? That would always be my worry. It's the same with social work, it's other things. It's one of these things. So we need to make sure that if we are training these people up, these teachers up, to get that extra qualification as best we can, and we get them to stay in Dumfries and Galloway and benefit us. So that was where my worry was, Ian. Thank you.
I think Gillian's going to come back with that information, that specific information. In relation to this paper, it's obviously about sign language, but I do take your point that there'll be others that use other methods. And I'm quite sure Mark will keep that in mind when he's dealing with that. Okay. Do we have any other members? Yep. If we're okay to go to the recommendations, I'm happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.4. Item 17, Community Learning and Development Progress Feedback. Visit feedback and community learning development partners plan 24 to 27. This report updates members on feedback from the community and learning development progress visit, which took place in January 2024 as part of a national inspection programme through Education Scotland, and to advise on the ongoing national independent review of CLD and the implications for the next phase of CLD planning 24-27. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report. Is there anything you'd like to add, Harry?
No, thank you, Chair.
And welcome, Stephen. Open to members. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Just actually, commend the report and then commend the team for the way this the whole thing's been approached, the CLD side of it, and I hope we don't lose that CLD side. It's my fear. The new structure, it'll be up to us to make sure it's no lost in the middle of it. I think others have probably got some pertinent questions, but good report and thanks very much and well done.
Thank you for that. I think many members are the same with various aspects of the Communities Directorate that were keen to see them progress at the rate they have progressed in the past. Any other? Councillor Dorbert, sorry, I missed you.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thanks for the report. I think it's important to recognise, given the presentations this morning and the awards won by our CLD participants, how important it is to communities and how inspiring it is for others to listen to these fantastic stories. So, yeah, it needs to be front and centre of what we do, needs to be kept there. But question on page 490, 3.4, 3.5. Let you access the relevant bit. It's about the Scottish Government review, or the National Independent Review commissioned by Scottish Government, effectively. And it's, I'm a bit confused here, but that's just because I don't understand these things as well as you do. So, obviously, since the review is very focused on the skills agenda, and one key component part of the CLD family community development has been omitted, which has caused concern nationally and across the CLD sector as a whole. Will this affect future planning? One question. I know that the plan going forward will kind of be just effectively a carry forward to the next plan, because you need to wait the outcome of the review. So will the review, one, will the review affect future planning, and two, will the admission affect future planning? That's the question, if that makes sense, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. So I think the key thing in terms of the independent review is that, yeah, it's covering the skills and learning side, but not necessarily the community development side. However, the CLD regulations, which govern everything, and the requirement to produce a plan clearly detail the CLD family, which includes community development. So it shouldn't impact on the plan itself, because it will still have everything that contributes to it. I think what we're looking at is any specific changes or change in focus to really that learning and skills and education landscape. That seems to be the early messages that's coming out, but we'll know more in the next month or so.
Thank you for that. Sorry, Linda, do you want to come back in?
Thank you. In the interim, we're kind of treading water and waiting for that to come out. Is that kind of it? Yeah.
That's exactly the situation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Page 494, 10th bullet point down, it says this highly effective grow your own approach in Dumfries and Galloway is increasing significantly the staff capacity of youth work services. Do we have figures to relate to? Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there is figures available. I can speak to my colleague Mark Malloy, who's got all the figures, and we shared those part of the progress visit, and that's what would, yeah, share it wider to the committee. Absolutely, no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any further questions, members? No, we go to recommendation. Members happy to the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3. Okay. Item 18, Community Asset Transfer Annual Report. This report presents members with the Council's 23-24 Community Asset Transfer Annual Report as required by the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. We've got Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add? And good afternoon, Jamie.
No, thank you, Chair.
Open to members. It must be a very well written report. We don't appear to have any questions on it. If in that case, we go to the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2, are members happy to agree? Thank you for that. Item 19, this is always a very lengthy report. Dumfries and Galloway Council participation requests. Although we do have some compared to other areas, we don't apparently. This report presents members with a draft participation request annual report for 23-24 for comment and agreement prior to publication as required by the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. Harry Hayes available to take any questions along with Jamie. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
No, thanks, Chair.
And I'll open it to members. Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure this is an error, but I'd like to know what the actual figure should be on the recommendations 2.2, paragraph 3.5. There is no 3.5.
Would you like to comment on that, gentlemen?
Yeah, apologies for that one. It's a typo. It only goes up to 3.4. It's really the appendix, though, that we're looking to be agreed for publication.
So it should read 3.4. Yeah.
Sorry, would you repeat that?
So it should stay 3.4.
Apparently it should say 3.4, but it's the appendix that we're looking to approve.
All right, okay.
Any other members like to come in? No, we have no other speakers. In that case, we'll go to the recommendations. Member happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2. Agreed? Yeah. Item 20, Civic Affairs Annual Report. Report by Head of Thriving Communities. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report. Harry, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Open to members. No. In that case, if we agree the recommendation, members are asked to approve the Civic Affairs Annual Report for 23-24. Members agreed? Thank you. I have no urgent items of business. Sorry, you're too late. But before I close today's meetings, as members of the Council are aware, the Council recently agreed a new management and committee structure. Therefore, this will be our last meeting of the Communities Committee. I'd like to place on record on my behalf and that of the Vice Chair, and thanks to all members who'd helped us to take the decisions on significant policy issues during the last year. We'd also like to thank all of the Directorate staff who have helped us learn so much about the vast range of services and activities that are delivered at such a high standard throughout the region on a daily basis. Our committee work has been focused on helping customers access the services that they need, whilst at the same time helping communities achieve their ambitions. All of this is made possible because of the shared endeavour and excellent working relationship between members, officers and our inspirational communities. I would also like to acknowledge the important work of the previous chairs and vice chairs, including current councillors John Campbell, Linda Dorward, Archie Dryborough and Andy Ferguson. It may well be the end of an era, but the lessons that we've learned from the Communities Committee will help us to ensure that these are carried forward by other committees in the future. Now, Derek, I'm afraid you're not getting off with this without a mention. Finally, after a long career dedicated to the communities of Dumfries and Galloway, we're nearing the end of yet another era when you retire. May I offer my personal sincere thanks for your guidance and patience over the last 17 years. This has been particularly evident over the last 17 months or so since I took over as chair and embarked on a massive learning experience. On behalf of the Communities Committee, may I wish you a very long, happy and healthy retirement. Thank you. Right, thank you, members. And a safe journey home. Linda.
Thanks, Chair. Just on behalf of the Labour Group, if you permit me to say a few words at this auspicious day. Again, to echo what you've said, just thanks to all the Community Directorate staff for all the hard work they do and will continue to do wherever they are moved to in the restructuring process. Confident that business will continue as usual and be as good as it always has been. And again, on behalf of the Labour Group, just a thanks to Derek for his role, Director of Communities. Always professional, always supportive, and will be very much missed. And enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. David, you'll make one.
Yes, I would like to wish Derek all the best. He's been very helpful for me during the time I've been here. He'll come and speak to you if I want to speak to him. It's not a problem at all. So all I can say, I wish him all the best in the next part of his life. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone else? Andy.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking down through the committee here, Ian, and I think there's only 5 of us were on the first ever Communities Committee. Yourself, Ian Carruthers, Jim Dempster, I think. Tracy, no, she wouldn't be. And Sean. Where do you start? In terms of the staff, I found in the 5 years that I chaired, they were absolutely fantastic. Right? I have to say that. It's goes without saying, but that comes with leadership and everything else. And where do we start with Derek? I think is the big secret. Just to let a couple of wee secrets away here. If you wanted something done in the stewardship, you didn't do it on a Thursday after 4:30 because he's in his car on the way to Dumfries at the bowling at that stage to take part in the bowling competitions we had every week. Liz and I think some of the Harry, the ones at the back, will remember that when the whole council put teams into just to bolster by that stage already failing short mark bowling in the centre. So if you wanted Derek on a Thursday afternoon, you had to do it bloody early, or you missed him altogether because he was on his route into Dumfries Ice Bowl. But I have to say, you'll be amiss because when I mentioned we were talking about something earlier there, we were talking about community learning and development. Derek's first love was community development as opposed to community learning. Is that at that time it was 2 separate disciplines? Am I right, Derek? Yeah. I think Mr. Ferguson at the back is the same for that same background. And I just hope that when you go, as long as you put the bins out for Gillian, right, that's all that will matter, right? Because I'm led to believe that's the only problem she's got with having you at home is it's your turn to put the bins out. There's a story behind that, but I'll tell you offline, Ian, right? But yes, the bins. Okay, so well done, Derek. I've known you, what must be the best bit, 25 years or more? Right, absolutely. So you'll be missed. Yeah. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you for that. And sincerely thank you all to the past chairs for your work in making it a success. It's taken me just over a year to get it finished. I hope that's nothing personal on me. But thanks again.